Broadcasting live from the Cactus League in Arizona, Chicago Cubs baseball is on the air.
That's a fly ball deep to left, back, that's it, hey, he did it, Ernie Banks got number 500. Cubs win, what a lucky break, the good Lord wants the Cubs to win.
And the pitch, swing and a miss, a no-hitter.
Today's game is a presentation of Major League Baseball Advanced Media in conjunction with the Chicago Cubs.
Throw to first, they're going to get him! Out at first! Cubs win! Wow!
3 home runs, 110 runs batted in. And he sends a shot towards deep right center field. Rayburn back at the warning track. He turns around. So long! Back to back to back.
Chicago Cubs Spring Training Baseball is brought to you by Under Armour Chicago Brand House, now open on 600 North Michigan Avenue. Budweiser, the Great American Lager, Starwood Hotels and Resorts, ATI Physical Therapy, the official therapy provider of the Chicago Cubs. American Airlines, book your next trip to visit the Cubs now at AA.com. Wintrust Community Banks and Sloan Valve Company, the world's leading manufacturer of water-efficient solutions. Now to the park for the Starwood Hotel and Resorts leadoff show. Here's Mick Gillespie and Len Casper.
Viva Las Vegas! Welcome as we get set for Chicago Cubs baseball. They'll take on the New York Mets today from Cashman Field. Hi, everybody. Great to have you here with us today. A quick 2-game exhibition series that rematches last year's National League Championship Series. Cubs are 10-17-2 so far this exhibition season. The Cactus League ended yesterday, and the Cubs, well, they departed with a bang. They won by a score of 10-0 over Colorado. The Mets come in with a 7-16-5 record, and they're winless in their last 13 games. So they're looking to try to get back on track a little bit before the start of the regular season. Great to have you with us here. Along with Justin Shackle, I'm Mick Gillespie. Justin joins us for this series from XM Sirius Radio and CBS Radio New York. He's got some great insight on the Mets, and he'll help us preview this 2016 rivalry, which really is a rivalry because these two teams battled it out last year for a trip to the World Series, and they're both picked to finish at the top of the National League standings. Great pitching matchup today if you like seeing prospects. For the Cubs, they'll go with their minor league pitcher of the year, Ryan Williams. So far this spring, no wins or losses and no earned runs. He's been sharp and has really held his own in big league camp. For the Mets, it's Paul Sewald. Not a starter. It's been a long time since he's been in that starting role. But last year he had 24 saves in Double-A, and he comes in with a 12 earned run average, no record this spring. So not expecting Sewald to go very deep, but certainly a Mets minor leaguer that has ambitions for the major leagues. Headlines of the day, well, the return home of the prodigal son. Of course, I'm talking about Chris Bryant. And Chris Bryant being the Cubs rookie and the National League Rookie of the Year a season ago. Expecting 300-plus Chris Bryant friends, family, acquaintances to be at the game today to cheer on Chris, who grew up here in Vegas, played baseball in Vegas, and his dad, Mike, still has a hitting facility and coaches teams here in Sin City. We'll finish up this quick trip to Vegas tomorrow. Short turnaround. It's a 3:05 Central Time game, 1:05 here locally, then a day off, then in L.A. to take on the Angels, and then, of course, opening day is on Monday against the Angels. That's in Anaheim. You love to preview these teams this time of year. And for the Cubs, longtime beat writer Gordon Wittenmeyer from the Chicago Sun-Times helped us do that. And when we come back, we'll talk to Gordon Wittenmeyer. Then the first pitch. We'll give you the starting lineups, the Cubs and the Mets, right here on Cubs.com.
On Monday, April 11th, the Cubs take on the Reds in their home opener at 7:05. The first 30,000 fans in attendance received the official Cubs magnet schedule presented by G. Ordano's. For more information, visit Cubs.com.
Opening day is a force. Opening day is what we do. It's a return of what's right in the world. So let's start strong. Get out to a game and take in the day. The smell of peanuts, sizzling sausage in hand, freshly chalked lines, an old-fashioned flyover. Your favorite New Era ball cap displayed proudly on that crown. Because opening day is almost here. Show your team pride. Get your caps on for Major League Baseball's opening day on April 4th.
Today's pregame conversation was presented to you by Starwood Hotels and Resorts. Book your next stay at starwoodhotels.com.
Moments away from our rematch of last year's National League Championship Series, but this time from Las Vegas. The Cubs and the New York Mets to finish up this portion of the exhibition schedule. But for the Cubs, one more exhibition game before they actually get into the regular season. So I'm Mick Gillespie. It's great to be joined by Gordon Wittenmeyer from the Chicago Sun-Times. And Gordon, the roster's set, and now we're back in the hometown of the National League's Rookie of the Year, Chris Bryant.
Yeah, it's I can just hardly wait to get to Anaheim and get this thing started. It's been a long spring. It seems even longer probably because there really haven't been that many decisions to make in camp, and it all came out pretty much as we expected. And now I'm just anxious to see what they really look like when it starts to count.
This series, these next couple of days, you would expect to see a lot of the players that'll be in the starting lineup. Maybe not for the whole game, right? But this is the last real good test before you go to L.A. Are you going to play your everyday starters on Sunday in that exhibition game against the team you're going to play the next day? Does it even matter?
Right. No, and you see the traveling squad here. They brought a whole bunch of guys who are going to wind up at AAA on this trip, and I would imagine that these guys are going to Anaheim with them for that last exhibition game. There'll be probably one at bat, maybe two at the most for your regulars on Sunday, and then that should tune everybody up and get them ready to go.
As far as the Cubs go, when you watched this team, spring training, what do you think their strengths are? What do you think their concerns are?
Well, I would say that their two biggest strengths are probably just frontline guys. I mean, you've got the returning Rookie of the Year award winner who figures to get just a little bit better with experience. You've got the reigning Cy Young Award winner who is probably not going to improve those numbers, but there's no reason to think he won't have another strong season. And some of these young players that are joining Bryant, that were rookies last year with him, also, should take steps forward, at least as a group. One or two of them might take a step back. And then you've got John Lackey and John Lester. So I think that the frontline guys that, if they stay healthy, can keep you in things, are there in place. Not to mention, I didn't even mention Jason Hayward, probably the best right fielder in the game, if not one of the best outfielders in the game. The other thing that I think is a huge strength of this team is the National League schedule this year. There's only 9 teams out of 15 that expect to win this year. There's probably 4 that are genuinely trying not to win. They're tanking. And 6, I count 6 that certainly don't expect to win. So you've got 5 playoff spots for 9 teams that are trying for them. It's probably never been as wide open a road to October for the Cubs as this year. So between those two things, there's every reason in the world to expect a place in October. It's just a matter how far they get once they get there.
Of all the spring trainings you've been covering the Cubs, is this the most optimistic that you've been as far as a plan and a path to success?
Well, my first year covering this team was 2007. There were still a lot of echoes left from 03 and 04 when I showed up here. But that 07 team was Lou Pinella's first year. They got rid of they adjusted the roster quite a bit with him. And then in 08, there were some extremely high expectations, which they really delivered on for 6 months, best record in baseball. So we saw what happened in October, and that's the thing. So when you say optimistic, I'm optimistic this is going to be a good team. I'm optimistic this team is going to be competitive all the way through the season, and I expect it to be in the playoffs. And once it gets there, then it's about who's hot, who's done what at the trade deadline, what players that we don't even have any idea are going to have big seasons, are having those big seasons, and what the matchups are like.
Anything that you're working on that we should check out on the Sun-Times webpage or GW Cub on Twitter?
Well, I just posted a story that I thought it was one of the more fun ones I wrote this spring on Justin Grimm and his fascination with being the ceremonial first pitch catcher, and how that sort of fits his personality and how his personality fits his role. So that was kind of a fun one. And not to give it away, but there's a little bit of friction there on this with Anthony Rizzo.
It'll be worth taking a look at. Gordon, always great to talk to you, and we'll be reading your work at the Chicago Sun-Times. Thank you.
All right, thanks a lot, Nick.
That's Gordon Wittenmeyer. When we come back, we'll have the starting lineup, then the first pitch, the Cubs and the Mets, coming up here on Cubs.com.
It's not just a team, it's the Chicago Cubs. And it's not just baseball, it's city pride. And it's not just any season, it's this season, 2016, when all the rebuilding and drafting and trading and new additions come together as one, chasing postseason glory. This season, when the fans and the city and the team are on the edge of their seats because every moment at Wrigley Field matters. Don't miss a single one. Get tickets at Cubs.com. Your 2016 Chicago Cubs. Let's go.
Clark's Crew is the official kids club of the Chicago Cubs. Team up with Clark as a member of Clark's Crew and receive kid-specific perks, experiences, and merchandise. Visit Cubs.com/Clark to sign up today and be a part of the fun all season long.
Join in on the conversation by tweeting your Cubs questions to @BroadcasterMick and @Len Casper.
Hey, Cub fans, show that you bleed Cubby Blue by becoming a member of the Cubs Club, the official fan club of the Chicago Cubs. The members will enjoy game day audio and exclusive perks. Now is the perfect time to join, rejoin, or give a fellow Cubs fan the gift of a Cubs Club membership. To join today, visit Cubs.com.
Experience the Budweiser bleachers in style with coworkers, friends, and family in one of the newest amenities, the left field porch. Enjoy the bleacher atmosphere in this private porch setting that offers tremendous views of the game and a unique look at the famous Chicago skyline. Available in blocks of 50 or 100, you'll enjoy lounge-style seating, unlimited beverages, and access 2 hours prior to first pitch. For more information, visit Cubs.com/suites.
The Chicago Cubs will host the 11th annual Race to Wrigley charity run presented by ATI Physical Therapy on Saturday, April 23rd at Wrigley Field. The 5K course runs through the streets of the Lakeview neighborhood and concludes at Wrigley Field. Cubs Charities will donate proceeds to support critical care needs for pediatric patients in Chicago through Advocate Children's Hospital. Sign up at CubsCharities.com.
On Wednesday, August 3rd at 1:20, the Cubs conclude their series with the Marlins. The first 10,000 fans in attendance will receive Cubs graphic socks, presented by StubHub. For more information, visit Cubs.com.
Again, great to have you with us here in Las Vegas. And from Cashman Field, maybe 8 miles from the Vegas Strip, we get ready for baseball, the Chicago Cubs and the New York Mets. I'm Mick Gillespie, joined by Justin Shackle. We'll be on the call for the next 2 days here on Cubs.com. And the Mets will be the home team today in Game 1 of this exhibition. Quick 2-stop series from Las Vegas. It's a little bit cool day, but gorgeous here in the desert. And Joe Maddon has put together a lineup that looks a lot like what the Cubs will have out there opening day next Monday against the Angels. Let's take a look at his lineup. For Joe Maddon and the Cubs, 10-17-2 in the Cactus League. It'll be Ben Zobrist leading off at second base. Batting second in center field, Jason Hayward. Hitting third in right field, Chris Bryant. Batting fourth at first base, Anthony Rizzo. Hitting fifth in left field, Kyle Schwarber. Hitting sixth at third base, Tommy La Stella. Batting seventh, shortstop, Addison Russell. Hitting eighth and catching, David Ross. And Ryan Williams will pitch, and he'll bat ninth. They'll face Paul Sewald. 3-0 last year. He had 24 saves in the Mets minor league system with a 2.10 ERA. Terry Collins leads the New York Mets. They were 7-16-5 in the Grapefruit League. And Curtis Granderson will lead off for the Mets in right field. David Wright will bat second at third. Batting third, the center fielder, Yoenis Cespedes. Lucas Duda will be at first base fourth. Neil Walker, the second baseman, fifth. Michael Conforto is in left field sixth. Asdrubal Cabrera at shortstop seventh. Kevin Plawecki is catching eighth. And Paul Sewald is pitching ninth. They'll face Ryan Williams, the Cubs minor league pitcher of the year. He was 10-2 with AA Tennessee, and he had a 2.76 ERA. So here we go. First batter of the game, Ben Zobrist against the right-hander batting lefty. And from Vegas, the first pitch is in there, a called strike. We're underway at 5:07. That's 5:07 Vegas time, 7:07 in Chicago as the pitch is on the way. Bounce towards the second baseman. That's an easy play and one out. A little bouncer to Neil Walker. Walker came over from the Pirates in the offseason. The Mets had to redo their middle infield, and there's one out. 73 degrees here at game time, 15% humidity, and 9-mile-per-hour wind blowing out towards right center field as Jason Hayward now steps to the plate from the left side. Homered in 2 of his last 3 games in Arizona, and he takes a strike in the scoreless top of the first. Ended up batting 180 in the Cactus League. Hit 293 last year. And the tall, athletic outfielder, maybe the best right fielder in all the game defensively, takes a strike, and it's 1-1. Now Sewald delivers, and that pitch is outside for a ball. So it was originally scheduled that Jacob deGrom, one of the aces on this Mets staff, as the pitch is on the inside corner at the belt. Hayward didn't think so. Strike called. And it's 2-2.
One of the top finishers in the NL Cy Young Award race last year as well, Jacob deGrom.
That pitch fouled back. Well, he was supposed to start, and he's expecting, or at least his wife is, their first child, and so he stayed back at home, and that kind of made today a pitch by committee, bullpen by committee day for the Mets. Hayward battling the 2-2 inside, missed the corner that time. Sewald.
It's a treat for Sewald, though. He's a Las Vegas native, so he's coming here. Again, like you said, did not start at all since being drafted by the Mets.
Here's the 3-2 and a swing and a foul tip into the glove of the catcher. Strike 3. So Hayward is out. And there are 2 gone here in the Cubs first. And here's Chris Bryant, the Las Vegas native. Bryant stands tall. Right side batter's box, 2 up, 2 down for the Cubs in the first.
And a lot of people were standing up when Bryant came to the plate.
Swing, fly ball. That one's deep to center. Racing back there and after it is Cespedes, and he reaches over his head and makes the catch and takes an extra base hit away from Bryant, and that ends the Cubs' first. Cespedes on the move to his right in the alley, and the Cubs are retired. We've played a half an inning. Cashman Field, Vegas. The Cubs nothing. The New York Mets coming up.
Take home a game used or autographed item and help benefit Cubs charities. Cubs Authentics is a premier outlet for all MLB authenticated Cubs memorabilia. Visit Cubs.com/authentics to bid on weekly auction items and to pre-order game used bases and baseballs. The Cubs will donate net proceeds from the sale of Cubs Authentics items to Cubs charities.
Opening day is a force. Opening day is what we do. It's a return of what's right in the world. So let's start strong. Get out to a game and take in the day. The smell of peanuts, sizzling sausage in hand, freshly chalked lines, an old-fashioned flyover. Your favorite New Era ball cap displayed proudly on that crown. Because opening day is almost here. Show your team pride. Get your caps on for Major League Baseball's opening day on April 4th.
On Saturday, April 30th, the Cubs battle the Atlanta Braves at 1:20. The first 10,000 fans in attendance receive a Ron Santo replica statue presented by TransUnion. For more information, including ticket availability, visit Cubs.com.
You're listening to Cubs Baseball with Mick Gillespie and Len Casper.
Ryan Williams on the mound for the Cubs, bottom of the first inning as they take on the Mets here in Las Vegas. Cubs win in order. Now Ryan Williams will face the Mets. Curtis Granderson, David Wright, and Yoenis Cespedes, Mets National League champs last year. Kind of odd the way that the season worked out. The Cubs beat the Mets all 7 games in the regular season. And then, of course, the Mets swept the Cubs in the National League Championship Series. And it could come down to these two teams again in 2016. Ryan Williams, heck of a year. He was the Cubs minor league pitcher of the year. He ended up 10-2 with a 2.76 ERA playing for the AA Smokies. And in his career, his young career, he's got 16 wins and 4 losses and a 2.03 earned run average. Granderson, a left-handed batter, another nice year for the Mets. 26 homers, 70 RBIs. And a 259 average weights. Ryan Williams up, shift on for Granderson, and the pitch is in there for a strike. Kyle Schwarber, Jason Hayward, Chris Bryant are the outfield. The infield, Tommy LaStella's at third. Addison Russell, Ben Zobrist, and Anthony Rizzo as the pitch is cut on and missed. Strike 2. With Russell, the shortstop, the only player between second and third. LaStella, the third baseman, is on the second base side of the infield as Williams misses outside for a ball. That is a mighty shift with Zobrist playing shallow right field. Low white cotton puff clouds, blue skies behind it as the pitch is swung on and grounded into the shift. Down to a knee to get it is LaStella. He'll pop up, throw to first, and that is out number 1. And how about that? You hit the ball near the second base bag and you ground out 5-3. Just makes no sense, but that's the way baseball's played now. One of the Mets' franchise 4 players, which means one of the best Mets ever, as voted on by the fans a year ago. David Wright at the plate. Came back just in the nick of time for the Mets last year. After being injured, played 38 games, 5 home runs, 17 RBIs, and the first pitch to him's in there for a strike at 289, and then got into the postseason and did some damage. Right-handed batter. Here comes the pitch from Williams. Scoreless game. Bottom of the first, outside a ball. From our vantage point here, it really is. The stadium's old and definitely outdated. But outside of the walls, as the pitch is grounded towards the shortstop, Russell shuffles over to his right, and he'll field, step on his back cleat, fire to first. And David Wright is retired. So that one will go 6-3, 2 out, scoreless game. And Yoenis Cespedes, last year, key cog for the Mets and their run to the World Series.
And a big supplier of spring training buzz in Florida. First couple of days, about the first week or so, he drove a different car to the Mets training facility every day.
Well, he signed a huge contract to stay with the Mets in the offseason. Last year, he put up numbers that would be indicative to a payday. Between the Mets and the Tigers, he had 35 home runs and had 105 RBIs and a 291 average, but a little heavier this spring as the first pitch in there is a called strike. Mets at the plate, scoreless, bottom of the first.
The Mets reliever Jerry Blevins, he tweeted out when the team landed in Vegas, wondering what casino Cespedes is going to buy.
Blevins, a former Cubs farmhand, as the pitch is outside for ball. He was traded from the Cubs to the Oakland A's years ago. That was 2007. Great personality, though. Here's Williams, 1-1, and that pitch is cut on and missed for a strike. From our vantage point, you can see outside of the stadium confines, the desert, it's flat, and then all the way around, framing in this entire area are mountains. Barren mountains. I don't see as many cactus here as we had in Phoenix as the pitch is up and in, and it's 2-2.
Just a lot of brown.
A lot of brown, right. But boy, those peaks look gorgeous. And when you really peer off, you can see some of the mountains have snow on them. 2-2. And Cespedes fouls that pitch back.
Some have snow on them, snow caps. Others still getting some sunlight drawn on them. Others in the shade.
Yeah, and that's something that's unique to our vantage point here. You can look across the valley and you can see sun and shade and clouds overhead certainly supplying that. Here's another 2-2 from Williams. Swing, line drive, right field. Cespedes reaches out and singles the other way. How about Chris Bryant playing right today? We've seen him play left and third base, but with the injury to Javier Baez will start the year on the disabled list, and he was going to be that utility player, outfield, infield for the Cubs. Chris Bryant and Ben Zobrist certainly can play different positions, and we see Bryant in right as Lucas Duda stands in from the left side against Ryan Williams, bottom of the first. Scoreless game. He had 27 home runs. He had 73 RBIs last year, Duda. He takes ball one, a 244 average. So both teams wearing blue. Cubs have worn these same uniforms virtually every game. The blue caps with the white C red trim, a little different than their normal home cap. Blue helmets as well as the pitch is lifted high and foul and out of play. And they've got the AZ patch on the sleeve, right? Well, the Mets, they're wearing their blue as well, trimmed out in orange and white.
Yeah, Mr. Met on one sleeve.
Can't put a uniform together without Mr. Met. And then the patch that goes with those uniforms is a Florida patch. It's the same thing. It looks like a street sign, but FL. They're from the Grapefruit League as the pitch is outside for ball. And it's 2-1. And so what we've deemed this, the Spring Training World Series. Unfortunately, both teams with records near the bottom of the Cactus and the Grapefruit League, including 13 games without a win for the Mets. Swing, fly ball, shallow right. Zobrist was shifted over. And the second baseman way out and right, but Chris Bryant, who is in his tracks waiting, calls him off, and he'll put it away. That's it for Duda. And that does it for the New York Mets. We've played an inning. It's now the Cubs nothing and the Mets nothing.
Once again, the Cubs will feature Budweiser Bleacher Fridays on select days starting with Friday, May 27th. Budweiser Bleacher Fridays celebrate the unique experience that only happens in the famed bleachers of Wrigley Field. Each Budweiser Bleacher Friday will feature a special giveaway only available to bleacher fans 21 and over. Don't miss out on the experience. Visit Cubs.com for the complete list of scheduled dates, the latest updates, and ticket availability.
Hey Cubs fans, let's go! Tickets are on sale now at Cubs.com. Following the postseason run and an impressive offseason, there is tremendous excitement leading up to the Wrigley Field opener this year. Plan now to catch all your favorite division rivals as well as interleague matchups that include the Angels, Mariners, and Rangers. The 2016 promotional giveaways include unique bobbleheads, replica throwback jerseys, Budweiser Bleacher Fridays, and much more. With demand so high this season, plan to get your tickets now at Cubs.com.
On Monday, July 18th, the Cubs take on the New York Mets. The first 10,000 fans in attendance will receive Cubs earbuds with case, presented by Starwood Preferred Guest. For more information and ticket availability, visit Cubs.com.
Join in on the conversation by tweeting your Cubs questions to @BroadcasterMick and @LenCasper.
With Justin Shackle, I'm Mick Gillespie. We would love to hear from you on Twitter, @BroadcasterMick. Justin, what's your Twitter handle?
@Justin Shackle.
@Justin Shackle. Talk about
SHACKIL.
Spell it again. Say it again.
I know you don't know how to spell it.
Yeah.
SHACKIL.
There you go. Talk about today's game. Anthony Rizzo leads off for the Cubs. Cubs and Mets are scoreless. It's been a while since the Mets have won a game as the pitch misses inside a ball. Rizzo last year, 31 homers, 101 RBIs. Ended up hitting .318 in the Cactus League. Pitch to him's grounded into the shift. Waiting on it is Walker, the second baseman in shallow right, about 8 steps into the grass, and he throws out Rizzo. 1 down. Sewald in for his second inning of work. It was a closer last year, and Double-A for the Mets. Scoreless game, and here comes Kyle Schwarber. Schwarber, the left fielder, .246 hitter, 16 home runs, 43 RBIs a season ago. He hit .277 in Arizona. Play again tomorrow at 1 o'clock, and that'll be our final Cubs.com broadcast this year as the pitch is swung on and missed. And we'll turn it over to the great voice of the Cubs, Pat Hughes, Ron Coomer, and company. Here's the 0-1 on the way, and that's high and outside. And it's 1 ball and 1 strike. Yeah, the Mets, no concern at all about winning and losing spring training games, but you're talking about a team, as the pitch is in there for a strike, that hasn't won since they knocked off Miami in Jupiter 6-5 on March 17th, as the 1-2 is high, and it's 2-2. Were they wearing green jerseys that day?
They've been unlucky ever since St. Patrick's Day. But not the end result. Not only that's alarming, you take a look at some of the numbers for these guys. Matt Harvey, a 7.5 ERA. Steven Matz, his ERA is over 6. Their closer, Jeris Familia, with a 6 ERA as well. And Yoenis Cespedes has gone the entire spring without homering.
Here's the 2-2, and there's a swing and a miss. Strike 3, a high fastball at 91, and he struck out Schwarber. How about Sewald? He's retired the first 5 Cubs he's seen. And Tommy La Stella in a scoreless second inning with none on base and 2 outs. He'll come to the plate. La Stella, a .269 hitter, a home run, and 11 RBIs. You really don't want to read too much into it.
But Terry Collins did say yesterday when he got out of his office in Port St. Lucie.
Swing, bat it foul, strike 1.
All right, it's time to get out of here.
Yeah. Joe Madden's talked about spring training, and it's like you have your varsity, and then they're going to play maybe 6 innings, sometimes 2-3 at-bats, and then you bring in the junior varsity as the 0-1 is outside and higher. At least that's what he referred to the minor leaguers as, the junior varsity, and I don't think that is any disrespect meant. It's just kind of how it is set up. So if there's a high drive, straightaway center, Cespedes racing back, still running after it, and it's going to be over his head, and it kicks high off the wall. La Stella to second base easily, and then he'll stop there with a stand-up double. Dimensions of this park. A lot of places in Arizona, that's a home run, but it's short down the lines, 328. The fence itself is tall. You're talking about a 20-foot wall of plywood, right? And then it's 433 to straightaway center. Well, he hit that ball just a touch to the right side of center. And on the fly, it skipped off those boards. And so the Cubs' first hit is a loud one. And now Addison Russell, with a man at second and 2 outs, will face Sewald. Scoreless game. Russell, a huge spring, and the first pitch to him's outside for a ball. He hit .260, and he hit 5 home runs. Very impressive. A lot of folks feel like he had the best spring of all the Cubs as the pitch is outside for a ball. Those 5 home runs were tied for 5th most in the Cactus League. Sewald from the stretch looks back, the 2-0 pitch outside and low, ball 3. Russell thought about it and laid off. Russell's also driven in a ton of runs, 12. And 12 tied for 2nd most on the team. Jason Hayward knocked in 14. And Anthony Rizzo, along with Russell, 2nd on the club with 12. 3 balls and no strikes. Clouds have now blocked out the sun as a high fastball just above the belt on the outside corner is a called strike. Doug Eddings is the home plate umpire. Kerwin Danley, Dan Bellino, and Dano DeMuth are the base umpires in this game. Now the pitch. 3-1's high, ball 4. And the Cubs have 2 men on with 2 outs. So in the second inning, a scoreless game. David Ross heads to the dish. How about the game he had yesterday? He had 3 doubles in 3 at-bats, 4 runs batted in, and scored a run. And he was good behind the plate, right? We saw him as we were loading the team bus to head to the airport to fly to Vegas, and said, hey, heck of a game. He said, well, if it's your final spring training game, might as well make it memorable. He has a great sense of humor. Here's the pitch to the right-handed batting catcher, who will be retiring at the end of the year, and he swings through it, strike 1. Ross hit .357 in Arizona. Sewald looks back to second, and the pitch home is off the plate. Pitcher Ryan Williams is on deck in this scoreless second inning. Kind of hard to believe it's almost time for the regular season. Now the 1-1. Swing and a miss. Up and in, fastball, strike 2. Ross ended up with 6 runs batted in and 2 home runs. Lostell at second, Russell at first. So some speed on the bases for the Cubs, and that one's reached for and fouled back. And the count stays at 1-2 strikes. This is the 12th straight year that the Cubs have played exhibition baseball in Las Vegas. They're 13-12 and 25 spring training games here. And last season they swept Oakland in a 2-game set. Here's the 1-2. Outside, missed the corner. 2-2 the count. What's different about this spring as compared to the prior 5 that we've been doing the games, broadcasting them on Cubs.com, and I'm not even sure how far back after that it goes. They had been in the middle of spring training instead at the end. There's a swing and a miss, strike 3. But this year, the Cubs playing themselves towards L.A., which is where the regular season starts. Ross strikes out. The Cubs strand a couple of men on base. To the bottom of the second inning, Cubs and Mets are scoreless.
Every Cub has a story. Anthony Rizzo, the Italian kid from Florida, hits home runs and shares his orange slices. John Lester, the country boy, loves the outdoors and pitches with a fire inside. Addison Russell, the shy, quiet kid who lets his play do all the shouting. Each took a different path to get here, but they share the same dream. Postseason glory at Wrigley Field. Be there for every moment of the journey. Get tickets at Cubs.com. Your 2016 Chicago Cubs. Let's go.
You know, a lot of people think I have the best seat in the house. No way. The best seat in the house is right here. Cheering on the Cubs with the greatest fans in the world and the greatest beer in the world, Budweiser. Yeah, nothing quenches a Cub fan's thirst for victory quite like the king of beer. Holy cow, here comes another one. Cub fans, this Bud's for you.
You're listening to Cubs Baseball with Mick Gillespie and Len Casper.
Exhibition baseball from Las Vegas. New York Mets and the Chicago Cubs, the two final teams left standing in the National League. And we're scoreless as this ball game moves to the bottom of the second inning. Cubs minor league pitcher of the year Ryan Williams will face Neil Walker to start things off. Gave up a 2-out single in the first and then able to keep the Mets at bay. Got Lucas Duda to fly out and end the inning. This year, Williams was a non-roster invitee to spring training and then was reassigned to minor league camp on March 25th. Now, last year, a magical season for the former standout from East Carolina University. Ended up leaving college 11th in program history in wins and also appearances. Last year, 14-3 in his first full season as Neil Walker, over from the Pirates, takes a called strike. Last year in Pittsburgh, a .269 batting average, 16 home runs and 71 RBIs, the 0-1. Swing, fouled away down the left field line. 0-2. What's really amazing, and it gives you an idea of how good Williams is, and he uses control to get outs. He's not an overpowering pitcher. But he began the year a season ago in the minor leagues at South Bend, which is low A baseball. He went 4-1, and he had a microscopic 1.17 ERA as he tried to nick the inside corner but was just off the plate. That's 7 earned runs in 53 2/3 innings. 9 games, and then was promoted to Tennessee. Here's the 1-2. Swing, ground ball towards the middle. Diving for it. The second baseman's open. Pops up, throws to first. Oh, and he got him. What a play. Ben Zobrist, signed by the Cubs in the offseason. It was rumored that the Mets were very interested. To his right. And then the long lunge. Got it. And able to pop up and put a strong throw on the first. And robbed Walker of a hit. 1 down. Now Michael Conforto, .270 last year for the Mets in 56 games, 9 home runs, 26 RBIs. It is scoreless in the second inning, and he swings at the first pitch and fouls it off, strike 1. So for Williams, he got promoted to Double-A, and that might not have been the move that the organization was going to make, but he went kind of in a fill-in role and pitched so well for the Smokies that they left him there where he was great. And he ended up just skipping high A, which is Myrtle Beach, altogether. Here's the 0-1. Swing, fouled away. And that rarely happens. But he was the Cubs minor league pitcher for the month of May. Got that promotion, and in his first start for the Smokies in Double-A, it was the day that it was announced that he was the pitcher of the month. Then went to Double-A, and he was great. Here's the 0-2. Conforto caught out on strikes. That's a changeup on the outside corner. And he's standing there just kind of looking back at the home plate umpire, Doug Eddings. But it was a good pitch, and he's out, 2 down. Here's the Mets' new shortstop, Asdrubal Cabrera. Last year with Tampa Bay, Cabrera, not bad numbers. 265 average, 15 home runs, and 58 RBIs. After Jose Reyes left the Mets, they really just didn't have that answer at shortstop. They feel like they have it now with Cabrera as he pulls the first pitch foul in the scoreless second inning. 2 outs and none on.
Wilmer Flores and Ruben Tejada at the shortstop position since Jose Reyes left. They have Cabrera here, signed him in the offseason. 2-year deal, $18.5 million.
He's certainly more of a presence at shortstop than what they had before, as he swings and pops it back and foul. Yeah, I remember last year there was a time when the Mets didn't know who to put at shortstop.
There was a time last year where the Mets barely could fill out a lineup near the trade deadline, right before they acquired Yoenis Cespedes.
Here's the 0-2, and it's low. Well, they made some moves that certainly paid off. Cespedes, the best of all of them. And on paper, in a lot of ways, even with the loss of Murphy, I like this team better. There's a ground ball right at the second baseman's open. He scoops it up, little scratch gravel, then fires on the first. And Ryan Williams sets down the Mets 1-2-3 in the second inning. We move to the third. Cubs and Mets are scoreless.
It's not just a team, it's the Chicago Cubs. And it's not just baseball, it's city pride. And it's not just any season, it's this season, 2016, when all the rebuilding and drafting and trading and new additions come together as one, chasing postseason glory. This season, when the fans and the city and the team are on the edge of their seats because every moment at Wrigley Field matters. Don't miss a single one. Get tickets at Cubs.com. Your 2016 Chicago Cubs. Let's go.
Clark, the official mascot of the Chicago Cubs, can be a part of your next event. From community outings to wedding receptions and birthday parties, Clark wants to be invited. Visit Cubs.com/kids for more information on bringing Clark to your next party.
On Saturday, September 3rd, the Cubs take on the Giants at 1:20. The first 10,000 fans in attendance receive a Cubs tumbler presented by Pepsi. For more information and ticket availability, visit Cubs.com.
Two innings in the books here in Las Vegas and from Cashman Field in front of a sellout crowd. We've said that a lot this spring. Cubs and Mets are scoreless. Yesterday, the Cubs with 15,108, another sellout at Sloan Park. And they ended up breaking their old record for single-season spring training attendance. Ended up with 226,163 fans through the turnstile. And that passed the mark from last year of 200,200 415 that came through Sloan Park. Ryan Williams at the plate here in the third inning, and to tell you about it, here's Justin Shackle.
Number 9 hitter, the starting pitcher for this early evening, as far as local time goes here in Vegas. First pitch is swung on and missed by Williams. Standing from the right side with the Vegas native, Paul Sewald, back on the mound. Into the motion goes Sewald, the pitch. Swing and a miss. Another fastball at 90 miles an hour.
Not sure how far he'll go. Jerry Blevins is now loosening a lefty in the bullpen for the Mets.
Quickly 0-2 now. The next pitch is a breaking ball, 0-away to Williams. And the count 1-2. Sewald making his first professional start, whether in the regular season or here in the spring. Next pitch, low again on that slider. And it's 2-2. Sewald has not started a game since his days as a torero at the University of San Diego, where he was a teammate of Chris Bryant's. Next pitch, a little roller, close to up the middle, over to second on the shortstop side. Asdrubal Cabrera gobbles it up, throws to first, and Ryan Williams is retired, 1 away. Here's Ben Zobrist. 0 for 1, rolled out to second base his first time up. Scoreless game here at the top of the third. And a big league weekend. That's what the weekend's being deemed here, these next two games. First pitch to Zobrist, in there for a strike, a fastball. Switch hitter batting from the left side. The shift is on, just slightly. Next offering. Low and inside, actually bounces to the plate. And the count. 2 balls, I beg your pardon, 1 ball and 1 strike. David Wright playing well off the line over at third base. Here's a 1-1. Swung on, cracked on the ground, catches the lip of the pitcher's mound over to his right. Neil Walker, the second baseman, throws across his body. It is in time, just barely getting Zobrist. And there's quickly 2 away. And ball ricocheted off the right of the pitcher's mound. Walker going to his right anyway, caught up with it in time, intercepting the ball. 2 outs. Here's Jason Hayward. Hayward struck out his first time up. Another left-handed bat in Joe Madden's lineup. First pitch from Sewald. Breaking ball, low and inside, and it's 1-0. Cubs 4 days away from opening day in Anaheim. 1-0. Off-speed pitch just catches the inside part of the plate, and it's 1-1 to Hayward. About to start year 1 of his 8-year contract with the Cubs. 1-1. Swung on, hit foul hard over to first base. Goes out of play, rolls into the Mets bullpen. These bullpens are open here at Cashman Field. There's a wide open foul territory on both sides of the park. The dugouts are really far away from the playing field. 1-2 with 2 outs to Hayward. Swung on, roped on 1 hop over towards second base. Up with it, Neil Walker from his knee. Throws to first, and it is in time. 1-2-3, third inning here for Paul Sewald. We played 2.5 over at Cashman Field. No score between the Cubs and the Mets.
Hey Cubs fans, let's go! Tickets are on sale now at Cubs.com. Following the postseason run and an impressive offseason, there is tremendous excitement leading up to the Wrigley Field opener this year. Plan now to catch all your favorite division rivals as well as interleague matchups that include the Angels, Mariners, and Rangers. The 2016 promotional giveaways include unique bobbleheads, replica throwback jerseys, Budweiser Bleacher Fridays, and much more. With demand so high this season, plan to get your tickets now at Cubs.com.
Opening day is a force. Opening day is what we do. It's a return of what's right in the world. So let's start strong. Get out to a game and take in the day. The smell of peanuts, sizzling sausage in hand, freshly chalked lines, an old-fashioned flyover. Your favorite New Era ball cap displayed proudly on that crown. Because opening day is almost here. Show your team pride. Get your caps on for Major League Baseball's opening day on April 4th.
Giordano's world-famous stuffed pizza is proud to be the official pizza of the Chicago Cubs and to be voted Chicago's #1 pizza by Chicago Magazine. Just like the Cubs, Giordano's is a Chicago icon. But now you don't have to go all the way to the Windy City for that world-famous taste. Try Giordano's Pizza right here at Sloan Park or ship a pizza nationwide at Giordano's.com today. Giordano's and the Chicago Cubs. 2 Chicago greats at home right here in beautiful Mesa, Arizona.
One more in Vegas. That's tomorrow, and that'll be at 3:05 Central Time. Kyle Hendricks, 0-2 with a 2.92 ERA, will pitch on Sunday. Tomorrow will be Jason Hamill. He's 2-1 with a 5.12 earned run average, and then Cubs get ready for opening day on Monday, and that'll be Jake Arrieta. Tomorrow's matchup, Jason Hamill against Steven Matz, the left-hander for the Mets, one of their starters. He's 5th in the rotation, 0-2 this spring with a 6.27 ERA. We'll have that for you here on Cubs.com. We'll be on the air 15 minutes before first pitch, and again, the game scheduled 3:05 Central Time.
Going back to work is Ryan Williams. He faces the Mets catcher Kevin Plawecki, and the first pitch to him in there for a strike. It is 0-1. Plawecki a right-handed hitter. The backup catcher for the Mets, hitting .220 this spring, a homer and 4 driven in. 0-1. Swung on, liner right off Williams at the pitcher's mound. It bangs off the body near home plate. Plawecki will be over at first base safe. David Ross tried to throw up the first base line, and out come Cubs manager Joe Madden, the training staff as well. Williams trying to walk it off. Let's see where that ball hit Ryan Williams.
Looked like you got him on just around the ankle, and in a spring training game, chances are you just, unless you're 100% okay or you're sure you're going to be all right, you leave. And I see Joe Madden talking with Doug Eddings, the home plate umpire. And Williams is going to take a couple of warm-ups. But if you're not sure you're okay, then, it's got him on his foot. Carey says got him on his foot. So if you're sure he's going to be all right, let him get back in there again.
He's going to throw a couple of warm-up pitches. The Cubs bullpen, about 3 or 4 bodies started to rise from their seats when everybody came out from the dugout to Ryan Williams, and looks like now it's going to start to get busy. But Ryan Williams is throwing some pitches here and seems to be okay. He gets the nod from Joe Madden, and Ryan Williams will stay in.
Now you hope it catches, maybe the bottom of your shoe as much as your foot, something like that. Although he did limp around a little bit after it when he was going for the ball.
Well, we're going to have a new pitcher in the bottom of the third because the Mets are pinch hitting here. Daniel Muno will be the batter here for New York. A scoreless game in the last of the third inning. Plawecki on at first, and the first pitch to Muno is in there for a strike. A switch hitter batting from the left side. Muno, 27 years of age. Got some action in 16 Grapefruit League action games. 261 hitter in the spring. Next pitch to Muno, low one inside. No homers, 4 driven in. Muno spent some time last year with the big league club, but played right here in Las Vegas. This is the AAA home for the Mets. And the next pitch, dumped foul behind home plate, right to the net. Quickly a ball and 2 strikes to Daniel Muno. Actually drafted by the Cubs in 2010, did not sign with them. Played college ball at Fresno. 1-2. Swung on, bouncer right back to the mound. Williams has a chance for 2. To second for 1, over to first, 2. They roll him up. Quick comebacker number 1, and then right there with the second, Williams able to glove it and turn a 1-6-3 double play.
Like I said, he's perfectly fine.
Now back to the top of the lineup with Curtis Granderson. 2 outs, nobody on. Scoreless game. First pitch to Granderson, the Mets leadoff hitter. In there for a strike, a fastball at 89 miles an hour. Granderson 0 for 1. Takes a breaking ball and hits it foul behind home plate. Bounces off the upper level, down into the lower bowl. No balls, 2 strikes to Granderson. The Mets' primary right fielder. Big shift on. 3 men to the right side of second base and another foul ball, third base side. And Ben Zobrist, the second baseman, playing shallow right field. Tommy LaStella on the right side as well. Addison Russell in the hole at shortstop. Williams is 0-2. Bounces low in the dirt. And it's a ball and 2 strikes. Williams trying to cap an impressive spring training in his time with the big league club. 1-2. Low and inside. And the count evens up 2 balls and 2 strikes. Williams had a meeting with Joe Madden and Chris Bosio when they sent him down 2-2. Hit foul. Right to the third base side again. Told him they were happy with the strides he made in camp. Their advice to him, keep doing what you're doing, kid. throw strikes, pound the zone, get ground balls. Hard work in the offseason paying off. He arrived in camp early January. 2-2, nubbed over toward the right side. Taking it is LaStella, the third baseman in the second base hole. Gloves and throws to first. And that will retire the side here in the last of the third. No runs, a hit, nobody left after the double play. We've played 3 here in Sin City. No score between the Cubs and the Mets.
Hey Cubs fans, let's go! Tickets are on sale now at Cubs.com. Following the postseason run and an impressive offseason, there is tremendous excitement leading up to the Wrigley Field opener this year. Plan now to catch all your favorite division rivals as well as interleague matchups that include the Angels, Mariners, and Rangers. The 2016 promotional giveaways include unique bobbleheads, replica throwback jerseys, Budweiser Bleacher Fridays, and much more. With demand so high this season, plan to get your tickets now at Cubs.com.
Experience the Budweiser bleachers in style with coworkers, friends, and family in one of the newest amenities, the left field porch. Enjoy the bleacher atmosphere in this private porch setting that offers tremendous views of the game and a unique look at the famous Chicago skyline. Available in blocks of 50 or 100, you'll enjoy lounge-style seating, unlimited beverages, and access 2 hours prior to first pitch. For more information, visit Cubs.com/suites.
On Saturday, September 18th, the Cubs battle the Brewers at 3:05. The first 10,000 fans in attendance receive a Kyle Schwarber home run bobblehead presented by Comcast Sportsnet. For more information or to purchase tickets, visit Cubs.com.
You know, during the off-season, I'm the mayor of Rush Street. But once the Cubbies take the field, I'm the mayor of Sheffield Avenue. Right, Ray?
That's right, Mr. Mayor.
And my platform, plenty of Cub victories and plenty of ice-cold Budweiser. Now, that's a winning ticket any bleacher bum can vote for.
Can a bum vote twice?
Holy cow, why not? Cub fans, this Bud's for you.
Now, that's what I call serving the people.
Back at Cashman Field, we start the 4th inning. Cubs and Mets are scoreless, along with Mick Gillespie on Justin Shackle. First of 2 between these two teams in Las Vegas. New pitcher on the mound for the New York Mets. And Las Vegas native Paul Sewald's day is done. Here's Jerry Blevins, left-hander, faces Chris Bryant. First pitch into Bryant is inside, a fastball that misses. It's 1-0. Bryant hit a towering shot to left center field his first time up, when it was run down by Yoenis Cespedes in center. 1-0 to Bryant. Misses upstairs, and it's 2-0. Blevins, 32 years of age, about to start his 10th big league season. And a mix-up with balls being exchanged between home plate and Blevins on the pitcher's mound. He's thrown 8 in the 3rd innings here in spring training, allowed 4 runs on 7 hits. This will be his 13th game. Infield back for Bryant. Third baseman right. Close to the line at third. 2-0. Here's the pitch. And a fastball misses inside. 3 balls and no strikes to the National League Rookie of the Year. Blevins signed back with the Mets this offseason on a 1-year deal. Had some really bad luck in 2015. 3-0. In there for a strike on the outer edge of the plate. And it's 3-1. Blevins was hit by a comebacker in late April, suffered a fractured left arm. And while recovering, of all things, he slipped on a curb. 3-1, way inside. Bryant shimmies out of the way of ball 4. A leadoff walk here in the top of the 4th inning.
Yeah, Mets really could have used Blevins last year. He's so good against lefties.
He fell off that curb and actually refractured his arm. Missed the rest of the season. So here's the second half of the Rizzo tag team. Anthony Rizzo. Bryant over at first. Rizzo in the batter's box. Lefty-lefty matchup. No score. Top of the 4th. Blevins ready. From the stretch, here's the pitch. And it's inside on Rizzo. 1-0. Rizzo trying to put a cap on a very, very good spring at the plate. 0 for 1, grounded out to second base his first time up. 1-0 pitch. And therefore a strike, a fastball. Anthony Rizzo looking for his third consecutive all-star caliber season. Bryant over at first, Duda holding him on, and the 1-1. And therefore another strike, a fastball. And on the outer edge of the plate, according to home plate umpire Doug Eddings. Anthony Rizzo, top 10 finishes in MVP voting the last 2 years. Came in 4th last year. 1-2. Breaking ball, fluttering to the plate, just misses low and in. And it's 2 balls and 2 strikes. Kyle Schwarber waits on deck.
Yeah, this is one of those lefties who could possibly come into a game late just to face Rizzo and Schwarber. A good spring training matchup.
2-2, here's the pitch. Another breaking ball, he swung on and missed. Got Rizzo chasing. The radar gun says 68 miles an hour. There's a lot of break on that curveball moving through the outer edge on the left-hander.
Yeah, he's always had that sweeping pitch, even when he was a Cubs minor leaguer. And his ability to almost start it behind a left-handed batter and then bring it across and hit the outside corner makes it very tough to time and to square up.
Now he has a date with another left-hander right here, Kyle Schwarber. He struck out his first time up. Line up the lefties for Jerry Blevins. Here's the first pitch. Fastball way outside. And it's 1-0. The shift is on again for Schwarber. As Drupal Cabrera, the shortstop, the only fielder on the left side of second base. And a throw back to first. Bryant gets by. No problem. David Wright actually playing closer to first base than Neil Walker. Wind blowing out toward right center. It's been like that since first pitch as the sun slowly setting here in Las Vegas. 1-0 from Blevins. Fastball on the inside corner of the plate, and it's a ball and a strike to Schwarber. Beginning his first full season here in the big leagues. Schwarber went 2 for 14 against the Mets in the NLCS. Both hits were home runs.
He hit a ton of home runs in the postseason.
1-1. Another breaking ball that just plops down into the strike zone. And it's a ball and 2 strikes.
He was like Babe Ruth in the postseason.
Not exactly calling shots, but he parked him over the fence. Plenty of them. 1-2. Here's the pitch from Blevins. Swing and a miss. Got him on a fastball. High up in the zone. Schwarber couldn't lay off. Back-to-back strikeouts for the left-handed specialist, Jerry Blevins. And there's 2 away. And another left-hander, Tommy LaStella, coming up.
Yeah, Cubs traded Blevins to the A's for Jason Kendall. You remember him as a catcher? They were trying to bolster their team going into the stretch run in 2007.
Here's LaStella, doubled back into second his first time up. Still no score in the top of the 4th. Pitch in there for a strike. 0-1. Tommy LaStella making the opening day roster for the 2nd straight season. Handed that news a few days ago. Bryant over at first with 2 away. No score in the top of the 4th. The pitch. A called strike on a fastball. And it's 0-2 to LaStella.
Right-hander Trevor Cahill in the bullpen, and he'll come on and pitch. Joe Madden said that he's his 6th starter. You know, hey, look, got him stretched out just in case of an emergency.
The JIC, just in case.
Just in case.
0-2 pitch. Swung on, blooped it to left center field, drops in for a base hit. Michael Conforto gloves it up, throws to the cutoff man over to second base is Bryant. And Tommy LaStella, 2 for 2. Here's Addison Russell.
Now Terry Collins out, and he's going to make a call to the bullpen. So how about that? Not bad at all. Not bad at all. Quick work for Blevins. Paul Sewald before that, and the Cubs trying to do something here in the 4th inning. We'll step aside and tell you who that new pitcher is when we come back as you listen to this scoreless game, Cubs and Mets on Cubs.com.
Hey, Cubs fans, let's go! Don't miss your chance to catch the best matchups in baseball. Reserve your place in line for history in the making. Join the season ticket holder waiting list. It's easy and free to register. For details, visit Cubs.com/waiting list.
Opening day is a force. Opening day is what we do. It's a return of what's right in the world. So let's start strong. Get out to a game and take in the day. The smell of peanuts, sizzling sausage in hand, freshly chalked lines, an old-fashioned flyover. Your favorite new era ball cap displayed proudly on that crown. Because opening day is almost here. Show your team pride. Get your caps on for Major League Baseball's opening day on April 4th.
On Monday, April 11th, the Cubs take on the Reds in their home opener at 7:05. The first 30,000 fans in attendance receive the official Cubs magnet schedule presented by Giordano's. For more information, visit Cubs.com.
On Wednesday, August 17th, the Cubs take on the Brewers at 7:05. The first 10,000 fans in attendance receive a Cubs Beach tote bag presented by Las Vegas. For more information and ticket availability, visit Cubs.com.
Join in on the conversation by tweeting your Cubs questions to @BroadcasterMick and @LenCasper.
New pitcher for the Mets is Chase Bradford. Jerry Blevins, 2/3 of an inning. Gave up a hit, no runs, but leaves 2 men on base with a walk and 2 strikeouts. Tommy LaStella, left-hander, got a hit off of him before the Mets went back to their bullpen again.
Chris Bryant at second. Tommy LaStella over at first. Chase Bradford, right-hander, in for the Mets. First pitch to Addison Russell is a fastball upstairs, and it's 1-0. Bradford, yet another Las Vegas native. Let's see how many we can get in these next 2 days from both teams. 2 outs, scoreless game here in the 4th. Bradford ready, the pitch. And a breaking ball blocked to his right is Plawecki. And it's 2 balls and no strikes to Russell, walked his first time up. Chris Bryant led off the frame with a walk against Jerry Blevins. And the Mets left-hander struck out Anthony Rizzo and Kyle Schwarber. Tommy LaStella singling off him with 2 outs. (2-0) to Russell. Here's the pitch. And a fastball in there for a strike. 2-1. Bradford making his 4th appearance here in the spring. A Las Vegas native, pitched for AAA Las Vegas the last 2 seasons. Made 53 appearances out of the Las Vegas bullpen last season. 2-1. Fastball up in the zone at 91 miles an hour. It's 3-1. Ryan over at second. LaStella at first. Cubs trying to drive in the first run of the ball game. Russell with some visions of 2-out magic. 3-1. Here's the pitch. Swing and a miss. Healthy cut. Now the count goes full. Infield at normal depth. The outfield straight up. Chase Bradford, righty, from the stretch to 3-2. Fastball on the outside corner. Russell was ready to walk up to first base. Doug Eddings punches him out. And that'll do it here in the top of the 4th. Cubs strand 2 runners on at first and second. We go to the bottom half of the 4th. Still no score between the Mets and the Cubs.
Hey, Cubs fans, let's go! Don't miss your chance to catch the best matchups in baseball. Reserve your place in line for history in the making. Join the season ticket holder waiting list. It's easy and free to register. For details, visit Cubs.com/waiting list.
Opening day is a force. Opening day is what we do. It's a return of what's right in the world. So let's start strong. Get out to a game and take in the day. The smell of peanuts, sizzling sausage in hand, freshly chalked lines, an old-fashioned flyover. Your favorite New Era ball cap displayed proudly on that crown. Because opening day is almost here. Show your team pride. Get your caps on for Major League Baseball's opening day on April 4th.
On Monday, April 11th, the Cubs take on the Reds in their home opener at 7:05. The first 30,000 fans in attendance receive the official Cubs magnet schedule presented by Giordano's. For more information, visit Cubs.com.
On Wednesday, August 17th, the Cubs take on the Brewers at 7:05. The first 10,000 fans in attendance receive a Cubs Beach tote bag presented by Las Vegas. For more information and ticket availability, visit Cubs.com.
Join in on the conversation by tweeting your Cubs questions to @BroadcasterMick and @Len Casper.
Love to hear from you on Twitter @Justin Shackle and @Broadcaster Mick. Predictions, your thoughts on the Cubs' final roster, or anything else you might want to chime in on. Cubs and Mets, a matchup that saw these two teams meet last year in the National League Championship Series, and we got it in Vegas for you. Also the Cactus League against the Grapefruit League. New pitcher for the Cubs is Trevor Cahill. Cahill signed a contract with the Cubs as a free agent, a minor league deal in 2015, and all he did was allow 4 earned runs in 17 innings for a 2.12 ERA and a 1-0 record. And he's been great, and he'll pitch, scoreless game, David Wright up.
And he'll have a new battery mate, Tim Fedorovich, into the game, so David Ross's day is done. Cahill from the windup, first pitch to Captain America, David Wright. Misses low and away. It's 1-0. Wright given that moniker after the World Baseball Classic a couple of years ago. 1-0. Swung on, whacked on the ground over towards second. Under the diving glove of Zobrist into right field, and a leadoff single for the Mets captain. Zobrist lunged toward his right. Couldn't make it. Goes into the outfield. And Yoenis Cespedes will be the batter. Scoreless ball game here in the bottom of the fourth. The first of 2 here in Las Vegas between the Mets and the Cubs. Here's Cespedes. He singled his first time up. Right-handed hitter. And the first pitch to him in there for a strike, a fastball at 91. Trevor Cahill about to begin his 8th season in the big leagues. And he is just 28 years old. You think about that. 8 seasons already in the majors. At 28, 0-1. The pitch goes to the backstop. Wright will take second easily on a wild pitch from Cahill. So the Mets have a runner in scoring position with nobody out. And another single by Cespedes could likely drive in the game's first run. Mets and Cubs scoreless in the home half of the fourth. 1-1 the count to the Cuban. The pitch swung on, laced foul, third base side. Hits off the facing of the picnic area that's kind of jutted out in foul territory on the field level here at Cashman Field. So it's a ball and 2 strikes. Cespedes re-signed with the Mets in the winter, 3 years, $75 million. 1-2. Wright leads off second. The pitch, low and away. A 94-mile-an-hour fastball to Cespedes. The thing about his contract, there is an opt-out clause. After 1 season, he'll be making just under $21 million this season. Re-enter free agency, most likely, if he has another type of season that he had in 2015. won a Gold Glove. Combined to hit .291, 35 homers, 105 driven in. All career highs. The pitch, skied in the air, right field. Moving toward his right is Chris Bryant, right in front of the warning track. He'll make the catch. Wright will take off from second base. The throw goes to the cutoff man. There will be no throw to third, so a fly out to right for Cespedes. It was deep enough to advance the runner. And with one out and a runner at third, here comes Lucas Duda. Duda's 0 for 1. He flew out to right field his first time up. And the Cubs will put the shift on for the power first baseman. Has hit 57 home runs the last 2 seasons. Mets and Cubs scoreless in the last of the fourth. Cahill, the right-hander, to Duda, the lefty. And the pitch outside. It is 1-0. The lasting image of Duda that is sticking with Met fans at the moment is Duda's 9th inning throwing error at a home plate in Game 5 of the World Series. 1-0. Low one inside near the feet of Duda. 2 balls and no strikes. It allowed the Royals to tie the game before closing out the Fall Classic in the 12th inning. Duda says that moment will absolutely not define his career. Said he won't let it. 2-0. A breaking ball in there for a strike. Right over the plate. 2-1. The headline of the New York Daily News the next morning after Game 5 read, "Cruel Hand Luke." Next pitch, lined in the air, through the hole between short and third, into left field, a base hit. And the first run of the game will cross home plate. Wright scores easily on a little looper into shallow left field. RBI single for Lucas Duda, and the Mets have taken a 1-0 lead. RBI number 3 here in spring training for Lucas Duda. So 1 run across through the first 3 batters here in the bottom of the fourth. Here comes Neil Walker. He's 0 for 1. Switch hitter batting from the left side. Duda off first base. The pitch whacked on the ground. A couple of hops past the diving Rizzo at first. Recovered by Zobrist. Throws to first, and a covering Cahill is there to get the out at first base. Up to second goes Duda. Ben Zobrist showing good range of motion to his left side. Saves that ball from going into the outfield.
Yeah, Rizzo's been all-star caliber first baseman. And really one of the best first basemen. Although that's not him at first right now. But anyway, he's been so good at first, and then you add Zobrist to the mix, and gives the Cubs one of the best infields.
Christopher Negron is over at first.
Yeah, Chris Negron. You got Rizzo over there and then Zobrist, so really gives you a lockdown right side.
Have Michael Conforto at the plate. He took a look at it, strike 1 from Trevor Cahill. Mets lead at 1-0 in the last of the fourth. The pitch, bouncing ball up the first base line. A second chance for Negron. Gloves it toward the line. Runs behind first base, steps on the bag. And the side retired, but the Mets get 1 run here in the fourth inning. A run on 2 hits. Man left in scoring position. Through 4 here in Vegas. It's the Mets 1 and the Cubs 0.
Hey, Cubs fans, let's go! Don't miss your chance to catch the best matchups in baseball. Reserve your place in line for history in the making. Join the season ticket holder waiting list. It's easy and free to register. For details, visit Cubs.com/waiting list.
Opening day is a force. Opening day is what we do. It's a return of what's right in the world. So let's start strong. Get out to a game and take in the day. The smell of peanuts, sizzling sausage in hand, freshly chalked lines, an old-fashioned flyover. Your favorite New Era ball cap displayed proudly on that crown. Because opening day is almost here. Show your team pride. Get your caps on for Major League Baseball's opening day on April 4th.
On Monday, April 11th, the Cubs take on the Reds in their home opener at 7:05. The first 30,000 fans in attendance received the official Cubs magnet schedule presented by Giordano's. For more information, visit Cubs.com.
On Wednesday, August 17th, the Cubs take on the Brewers at 7:05. The first 10,000 fans and attendants receive a Cubs Beach tote bag presented by Las Vegas. For more information and ticket availability, visit Cubs.com.
Join in on the conversation by tweeting your Cubs questions to @BroadcasterMick and @LenCasper.
Back here in Las Vegas, it's the Mets 1, the Cubs nothing as we move on to the 5th inning. Chase Bradford back on the mound for New York. Tim Fedorovich coming up to the plate for the Cubs. And back with the play-by-play, here's Mick.
Well, you said it, Tim Fedorovich up, and the Mets, they're up as well, 1-0 as we play now in the 5th inning from Cashman Field in Las Vegas. And the first pitch is a called strike. Christopher Negron, the new first baseman, is on deck. No runs on 2 hits and no errors for the Cubs. A run on 4 hits and no errors for the Mets as the pitch is swung on and missed. RBI base hit by Lucas Duda in the 4th inning. Cubs and Mets again tomorrow. Steven Matz, a lefty, against Cubs righty Jason Hamill. Bradford ready, and the 0-2. That skips home. And the count is a ball and 2 strikes. Fedorovich will start the season in AAA for the Cubs. He's a good insurance policy at that catcher spot. He's been to the big leagues with the Dodgers and the Padres, and this time he swings and grounds one past David Wright and down the third base line. That ball into the corner foul, hits off the sidewall. Conforto scoops it up, but not before Fedorovich gets the second base standing with a double. That ball was lashed down the third base line. So here's Christopher Negron. Came in the game to replace Anthony Rizzo at first base. And now he's in the 9th spot for the Cubs. Mets lead 1-0. Mets haven't won since St. Patrick's Day. Been a long drought for him, and there's a bunt towards third and a beauty. Right charges, bare hand pickup, sidearm third, got him. Great throw. Wow. David Wright showing off what makes him such a great third baseman. I mean, he came in and was able to get the ball, and Negron's a fast runner. He was just trying to sacrifice, but it was an incredible play.
Yeah, David Wright missed a whole lot of time last year with spinostenosis, which is a back condition, and the Mets were being blunt early this spring training saying, look, we're looking for 130 games out of this guy. Best case scenario. Right now, in that play, having bent down all the way like that, showing you that Wright is in pretty good condition at the moment with that back.
Infield in for Ben Zobrist, who's 0 for 2, and the first pitch is taken, ball 1. Cubs trail by a 1-0 score here in the 5th, but they've got a runner at third and less than 2 outs. Leadoff double by Fedorovich. Here's the pitch to Zobrist, and that's high for a ball. When David Wright's healthy, he's one of the best players in the game. That is universally known.
When they received the news about the back diagnosis.
There's a strike.
That was last year. Right, a gut right to the stomach for the Mets franchise and their fans. But how they manage Wright's condition is going to be a big storyline to follow with this team.
Here's the 2-1. Zober swings, line drive, base hit, right field. Walker, the second baseman, had no shot at it. Scoring from third is Fedorovich to tie the game at 1 apiece. As spring training has progressed, Ben Zobrist, each and every game, has continued to get closer and closer to opening day shape. And for him, that's just seeing the ball, reacting to it, doing all the things at the plate to get on base that make him so great. And that time it was an RBI single over the drawn-in infield. Jason Hayward up 0 for 2. This game tied at 1. Both teams with 4 hits and no errors. And Hayward takes a strike. Well, it was Sunday at Wrigley Field that Hayward was attacked by a swarm of bees. And he's homered 2 out of the last 3 games he's played. Bradford home. Swing and a miss by the lefty. Strike 2. You could see it clearly on television. I mean, it looked like a movie or a cartoon. They just, it was a cloud of bees. He tried to get away from them and run to the center field wall and jump near the berm, hang on the wall, but the bees never relented. As the pitch is swung on, broken bat bouncer, diving stop, Duda. First baseman's got it. He'll flip it to the pitcher, and it's off Bradford's glove, and it rolls into foul ground. Zobrist busts it down the third, and in the second base standing is Hayward, and the Cubs have runners at second and third, and still just 1 out. Duda made the nice dive to his right to get the ball, but the backhand flip could have been caught by Bradford. He just didn't catch it, and to make things worse, it kicked away from him, and Hayward never hesitated, and neither did Zobrist.
And you give credit to Duda as well. That was a broken bat hit, and the bat and the ball were going into the same direction. Duda able to glove it on the dive, but Bradford not able to glove the underflip.
That's an error all the way on the first baseman. You could even give him 2 errors on that play if you wanted to. One for the, well, just one, I guess, just the throw to first. But a 2-base error. And it's on the pitcher for not catching the ball. So not on Duda, but on Bradford. Chris Bryant at the plate, and he swings and misses strike 1. 1-1 tie in the 5th. Great catching up with Chris's dad, Mike Bryant, today. Relived last year's All-Star Game home run derby where he threw to Chris. Talked about how the mound was and what things were like in Cincinnati that day as the pitch is outside a ball. And it's 1 ball and 1 strike. He said, I never want to do anything to embarrass Chris. I mean, like most dads. Well, Chris takes everything in stride. I think for Mike, this is so exciting. Here's the 1-1. And Chris takes outside, ball 2. Well, Mike coached Chris's teams and other players that have made it to the major leagues. Most notably, Joey Gallo, the power hitter from here in Las Vegas, but in Texas. And this is a homecoming for Chris. Gallo, one of the young up-and-comers in baseball prospect-wise. But some other players as well. And in the conversation, I asked him, because on the scoreboard you could see, hey, look, Pete Rose is signing autographs. He's actually signing autographs next to the team hotel. As that pitch is bounced softly towards the shortstop. Wright cuts over from third. Sidearm to first, and he didn't get him. Scoring from third to give the Cubs the lead is Zobrist. And it's an infield hit for Chris Bryant and a 2-1 Cubs lead here in the 5th. Cubs are the visiting team, but this is a hometown crowd, and a lot of it because of Chris Bryant.
And you think of Las Vegas, a place, it's a hub for other major cities, people moving here to start jobs, different lives. You have a large Chicago following, you have a large New York following, but there were actually some boos in the pregame introductions when they announced at the Mets on the field. And this is their AAA team.
Here's Trevor Cahill in the 4th spot, squares the bunt, pulls it back, and takes a strike. You're right. They don't care about the the AAA affiliate as much as they do their hometown hero, Chris Bryant, the Rookie of the Year. Well, Pete Rose lives here, and 20 days out of the month, he's actually in a small sporting goods store or memorabilia store here in Las Vegas, like he was today when we walked by getting our coffee. Here's a bunt by Cahill, and a beauty. Grabbed by the first baseman, and Duda shovels it home for Hayward, and they don't get him. Hayward scores to give the Cubs a 3-1 lead. Just shocked that Duda didn't turn around and throw to first because Hayward had such a great jump on that. And instead, there's no out on the play. And the runner was safe. Hayward showing off those wheels. Some fundamental baseball. It's a sacrifice for Cahill, and the Cubs lead by 2.
Duda tried to shovel it home with his glove, just didn't get there in time. Hayward sliding with the head-first dive.
Could have taken the out at first. Instead, Kyle Schwarber up, and the Cubs leading 3-1. What a weird inning. Started with the double by Fedorovich, and then after the sac bunt, a single, an error, an infield hit to drive in a run, and that's a sac bunt that will count as an RBI as well. Schwarber 0 for 2 with a couple of strikeouts. And a pitch swung on and hit into the gray sky, foul, and into the sea of fans over the Cubs dugout, strike 1. So there's Pete Rose is on the mind right now. Walked by him today at the mall attached to the hotel here on the Strip in Vegas. And didn't have an opportunity to really go in and say hello or anything. We had to get to the ballpark, but saw him in there signing autographs. And he was at the All-Star game in Cincinnati. He was one of the featured guests. And this year, Pete has been officially inducted, and he'll have a ceremony during the regular season. But he's on the cover of the Reds Media Guide. He's getting into the Reds Hall of Fame. Here's the 0-1. And Schwarber from Cincinnati, like Pete Rose, takes a strike, and it's 0-2. Pete's hometown is Cincinnati. So I asked Mike, I said, hey, have you ever met Pete Rose? And he said, I sure did. He said, I'm coming back from the All-Star game in Cincinnati. And he said, once it kind of quieted down, I was sitting right behind Pete Rose. He said, on the plane, as the pitch is lifted high and shallow in the left field, but right to Conforto, and he'll race in and make the catch. Sunglasses on top of his hat. Schwarber's 0 for 3, and now Tommy La Stella will bat with the Cubs ahead by a 3-1 margin in the 5th. So he said he quietly wanted to introduce himself, tapped on Pete Rose's shoulder on the plane, and said, hey, my son was the one that played right field in that game. And he said Pete Rose kind of just turned around, looked at him, and said, you mean Brian? And he said, yes, sir. And he said he's going to be a good player. Here comes the pitch home. Swing and a miss by the lefty La Stella. Strike 1. He's had a big day already. A double and a single, Tommy La Stella. Couldn't quite get that one, though, from Bradford. Then, as most of you know, Mike was a former Red Sox farmhand and actually kind of learned hitting and technique from Ted Williams as the pitch is high for a ball. Said that Pete Rose turned around and talked for a couple of minutes about hitting. Gave some suggestions to Chris Bryant, including maybe switching to a heavier bat. And Mike said when Chris ordered his bats, put a couple heavier ones there in the order as the 1-1 is fouled back. And it's strike 2. He said, Pete, thought with that swing that he could get a little bit more out of it with that 34-34 bat. And, Chris has his way of doing things. But at the same time, when Pete Rose gives you a hitting tip, you got to try it, right? Ball and 2 strikes the count, and here it comes. That ball is batted back and foul.
I think it's some wacky items in that memorabilia shop that Pete's signing at. It's a Robert E. Lee autograph.
Yeah, that was crazy. Like the list of stuff in that store wasn't just baseball memorabilia. It had a Babe Ruth, looked like someone had a miniature glove that Babe Ruth signed way back when. That was in there. You mentioned it. Here comes the 1-2. High for a ball. Had the shorts from one of the Rocky movies signed. But never in my life did I ever think that I would see, a Confederate general's autograph kind of, mixed in with all of the stuff in there for the paltry sum of $12,000. 2 balls and 2 strikes, and here's the pitch. And that's down and in from the righty to the lefty as the Mets bullpen pops up and starts to get loose. 3-1 Cubs. They've scored all 3 runs here in the 5th. And they've got 2 men on, including Chris Bryant, the All-Star, at second, and Trevor Cahill at first.
Eric Goodell in the bullpen for the Mets.
Now the 3-2 swing, grounded to the second baseman Walker. He gobbles it up, throws on the first, and the inning ends. Cubs send 8 to the plate, and they score 3 times to take the lead. We head to the home half of the 5th inning, and in front of a nice crowd here in Las Vegas. Cubs lead at 3-1.
The Chicago Cubs will host the 11th annual Race to Wrigley charity run presented by ATI Physical Therapy on Saturday, April 23rd at Wrigley Field. The 5K course runs through the streets of the Lakeview neighborhood and concludes at Wrigley Field. Cubs charities will donate proceeds to support critical care needs for pediatric patients in Chicago through Advocate Children's Hospital. Sign up at CubsCharities.com.
Be sure to check out the EMC Legends Suite, located on the Naveen Investments Suite level. Not only will your group enjoy a gourmet food and beverage package, they'll also receive a pregame tour and a visit from a former Cubs player during the game. You will talk baseball, take photos, and get autographs while hearing classic baseball stories. For more information, visit Cubs.com/suites.
Are you in charge of planning your next social gathering? Plan a day at Wrigley Field and enjoy special perks only available inside the ballpark. The Chicago Cubs offer special ticket packages for groups of 15 or more. Visit Cubs.com/groups.
You're listening to Cubs Baseball with Mick Gillespie and Len Casper.
That was a 3-run top of the 5th inning, so Trevor Cahill, who gave up a run in the bottom of the 4th and was down 1-0, takes the hill with a 2-run advantage in the 5th. Don't forget, tomorrow we'll have our final Cubs.com broadcast, and it'll be Steven Matz for the Mets, a lefty with a 0-2 record and a 6.27 ERA against right-hander Jason Hamill. He'll be the 4th of the 5 Cubs starters. His final tune-up, he's 2-1 with a 5.12 earned run average. With Justin Shackle, I'm Mick Gillespie. Great to look on Twitter and see some great feedback as well. At Justin Shackle, SHACKIL, at Broadcaster Mick. Throughout this entire spring, Justin, it really has been fun to get not only comments, questions, feedback from the United States, but we've gotten it from all over the world. Scotland, England, we've heard from people in Japan, New Zealand. Been a whole lot of fun connecting with Cubs Nation. As Drubal Cabrera up, and the first pitch to him is a called strike. As Drubal Cabrera grounded out in the 2nd inning to second base. This time he rolls one to first. Negron's got it. He'll underhand it softly to Cahill. And the first baseman is there to make the play. And there's one down in the bottom of the 5th inning. Mets the home team here today. Cubs lead them by 2. Here's Kevin Plawecki. Hit a line drive off of starting pitcher Brian Williams. Hit him right in the shoe or the foot. Williams stayed in the ball game, but it was a base hit for Plawecki. And the first offering from Cahill ends up at the backstop. Ball 1.
Plawecki actually got his first big league hit off Cahill. Came last season. Cahill was with the Braves.
Here's the pitch home. The wind blowing, and that pitch is fouled away. Wind was blowing straight out at the start of today. You look now, and the low clouds have darkened up a touch, and the wind, instead of blowing out and towards the strip, is blowing across and almost behind us. Here's the 1-1, and that pitch is a called strike. Cubs with a 2-run lead. Brian Williams got the start for the Cubs as the pitch is fouled away, and the young minor leaguer, fantastic job. 3 innings, 2 hits, no runs with no walks and a strikeout. Not too shabby for the Cubs minor league pitcher of the year. Here comes the offering. Plawecki ground ball past Russell and a base hit in the center field. Hayward to it quickly. And a one-out knock puts a man at first base for the Mets. That's got the first run Cubs have scored in the last 3. And the first pitch is low, ball 1.
Travis d'Arnaud at the plate.
Travis d'Arnaud, the starting catcher for the Mets normally. d'Arnaud, though, pinch hitting in this game with a runner at first. Righty against righty, Cahill home, and a breaking ball stays high. And the count is 2 balls and no strikes. That's in Cubs tomorrow, and then these two teams will play 2 series in the regular season. Total of 7 games as the pitch is check swing. Did he go? No. Or he did on the peel. Strike, and it's 2-1. 7 regular season games. The teams will meet at Citi Field for 4, June 30th through July 3rd. Then at Wrigley Field, July 18th through the 20th. Last year, the Cubs won all 7 regular season games. The 2-1. Outside, he missed. Ball 3. Last year was not only a turnaround for the Cubs, but it was a big turnaround for the Mets as the sun has just cracked its way through those thick clouds and is illuminating the top of the center and right field wall only. All the rest of the field in the shadow as a fastball at 92 is swung on and missed, strike 2.
And the Mets really took advantage of an underperforming National League East, and that was led by the Washington Nationals, who were a World Series pick for a lot of prognosticators, failed to make the postseason.
Now the 3-2, runner goes, swing fouled away.
Now they have Dusty Baker as their new manager. And that should be a good battle at the top of this division, the Nationals and the Mets.
Former Cubs manager Dusty Baker, of course, led the Cubs to a game of the World Series in 2004. Or was it 2003? 3 balls, 2 strikes. And there goes the runner. Pitch on the way. Swung on, fouled off. Yeah, the Mets from 2010 to 2014 won between 74, 79 games. Really weren't a factor. They hadn't been to the postseason since Adam Wainwright struck out Carlos Beltran on the nastiest curveball I've ever seen. And then all of a sudden, Sandy Alderson, the GM, just started to build with prospects as the pitch is cut on, bounced to third. No chance at a double play with the runner moving. So LaStella whips it across the green. d'Arnaud's out. Down to second base goes Plawecki, and the Cubs have a runner in scoring position down 3-1, 5th inning, 2 outs.
All that rebuild ironically began with the trading of Carlos Beltran to the Giants. They got Zach Wheeler. He was sort of the starting piece for what you see now with the starting rotation, and as it is right now starting the season, Zach Wheeler's not even in the conversation of their starting rotation because he's recovering from Tommy John surgery.
Curtis Granderson also helped out last year as he stands in from the left side, takes ball 1. He's 0 for 2 in this game. Cubs shift him. Runner at second base, Plawecki, and the pitch to Granderson is down and in, ball 2. Signed him from the Yankees. He had an injury-prone season. Yankees really gave up on him. The Mets didn't, and he's been very productive as he takes a strike. Last year, had 26 home runs, 70 RBIs, and a .259 average. Powerful lefty to put right at the top of your lineup. Runner at second base. Here's the pitch. And Granderson takes a strike. The former Tiger. Went to college in Chicago at UCI, and it's 2 balls and 2 strikes. Now the 2-2. Check this swing. Did he go? Yes, sir. Strike 3. Nicely done there by Cahill. So a one-out hit will not come in to score. Cubs coming back up, top of the 6th inning when we return. They lead the Mets 3-1.
You're listening to Cubs Baseball with Mick Gillespie and Len Casper.
Clark's Crew is the official kids club of the Chicago Cubs. Team up with Clark as a member of Clark's Crew and receive kid-specific perks, experiences, and merchandise. Visit Cubs.com/Clark to sign up today and be a part of the fun all season long.
On Wednesday, July 7th, the Cubs celebrate 100 years of Cubs baseball at Wrigley Field. The first 30,000 fans in attendance for the 120 matchup with the Reds will receive a 1916 Chicago Cubs replica throwback jersey, presented by Ideal Industries, Inc. For more information, visit Cubs.com.
The Chicago Cubs will host the 11th annual Race to Wrigley charity run presented by ATI Physical Therapy on Saturday, April 23rd at Wrigley Field. The 5K course runs through the streets of the Lakeview neighborhood and concludes at Wrigley Field. Cubs Charities will donate proceeds to support critical care needs for pediatric patients in Chicago through Advocate Children's Hospital. Sign up at CubsCharities.com.
On Saturday, April 30th, the Cubs battle the Atlanta Braves at 120. The first 10,000 fans in attendance receive a Ron Santo replica statue presented by TransUnion. For more information, including ticket availability, visit Cubs.com.
New pitcher on the mound for the Mets. The Cubs lead it 3-1 as we move on to the 6th inning. Right-hander Eric Goodell is on the mound. A big part of the Mets bullpen. 35 games last year, recorded a 2.43 ERA. Only made his spring debut last Thursday as he was working his way back from a lat injury, and he's looking to nail down the final spot in the Mets bullpen. He is on to pitch here in the top of the 6th. The bottom third of the Cubs lineup due up with Addison Russell.
Now there's a cool desert wind blowing across Cashman Field tonight as we broadcast here in Las Vegas. Cubs 3 runs on 4 hits and no errors as Addison Russell walks up. Mets with a run on 6 hits and 1 error. Says it could rain here tonight. 72 degrees, but it feels a lot cooler with the wind now blowing in and across towards the press box. And the first pitch to Russell is swung on and missed, strike 1. Adele on the mound after Bradford went an inning and a third, gave up 3 hits, but only 1 of his 3 runs allowed was earned. Also had a strikeout. Here comes the pitch home. Outside corner, he missed. I talked about the Mets wearing blue just like the Cubs, something you would never see in the regular season. I mean, it's against baseball protocol to wear the same color jersey. But in spring training, you know, that hey, look, this is your spring training top, and that's what you wear as Russell takes high. And the Mets hat, though, a lot different. It's got the blue bill, but then the bright orange front panel and then the blue back panel. And the orange matches the piping on the jersey and the color on the numerals and the nameplate. Russell pops that ball into the air. Granderson stalking from right, waiting as the wind pushes it back a little bit. Granderson there, and Russell is retired. Russell walked, struck out, and now he flies out.
Actually have Mr. Met on the front of the caps.
Yeah, and that's what I was looking at. A lot like what the Reds did with their logo. They have the what's the Reds guy's name? Come on, help me out here. It's a baseball too. It's a baseball face
with a mustache.
With a mustache, but it's only the head. The Met has the whole body there. As Tim Fedorovich, 1 for 1 with a double, takes outside, ball 1. Gapper or Mr. Red. You can call him Mr. Red.
His friends call him Mr. Red.
Mr. Red. Okay. Well, Mr. Red and Mr. Met. Easy enough. Here's the 1-0. And that one's high, and Fedorovich ducks out of the way. 2 balls and no strikes. Mets written across the front of the jersey in orange and then white pants. Gary Jones coaches third for the Cubs. Brandon Hyde over at first. And the 2-0 swing fouled straight back. Really a gorgeous evening, though. You look across that left field wall and out off into the distance, and those jagged rocks, the summit that surrounds the Las Vegas area. Very clear today. 2 balls and a strike, and the pitch. Swing, fouled back towards us, strike 2. The stadium certainly has seen its fair share of baseball. But I'm guessing eventually, sometime soon, a city that is as prosperous as Las Vegas will update their baseball facility. Very crammed quarters in the box today as the pitch is taken, skips home, and it's a ball. I mean, I can literally reach out and touch Jim DeShay's on the WGN TV call.
This is the second oldest ballpark in operation in the AAA Pacific Coast League.
Wow. Great crowd on hand, though, tonight for the game. Mr. Redlegs, according to Joey Liberatore. Thank you, Joey. Now the pitch is grounded again down the third base line, but foul. CP's listening on the At-Bat app in West Michigan. Let's go Cubs.
Got Pedro Strop warming up in the Cubs bullpen.
Now the 3-2. That one bounces home. Ball 4, and Fedorovich is on base again. So a 1-out walk puts a runner at first. And Chris Negron, the first baseman, at the plate. Three to 1 Cubs in the 6th inning. Cubs scored 3 times in the 5th to take the lead. And Negron, who had a sacrifice bunt his first time up, swings and misses, strike 1. Sellout crowd, and it certainly has filled in nicely since the start of this ball game. Now the 0-1 inside. Negron spins off the plate. Five o'clock local time. That's not normally when you would play a baseball game, but works out to 7 o'clock Central, and game's on TV tonight. Folks back in Chicago watching as Negron swings to a high fastball, strike 2. You factor in that, and then tomorrow's a 1 o'clock local time game, but there's travel involved afterwards. Team heads to L.A. So you make it a little more comfortable for the guys. And the 1-2. Swing, softly lined, base hit left field. Conforto scoops it up and the green grass of left and fires it back in, but the Cubs with runners at first and second. And back to the top of the lineup, Ben Zobrist.
Mets are going to be heading to Kansas City for Sunday night's opener. To be a World Series rematch. That was planned before those two teams, the Mets and the Royals, met in the World Series. Pretty ironic.
Yeah, that is certainly odd. And then, I've said it before, the Cubs playing the Angels, to me, is just about as odd of an opener as you could possibly draw up. It's the first time that the Cubs will ever play an American League team to start the season. And people have, reached out on Twitter and thrown in their 2 cents. What do you think about interleague play and how it's going this year and playing, those first 2 games against the American League? I'm a baseball purist. Runners at first and second, Cubs by 3. Zobrist had an RBI single in the 5th.
And he takes a strike. He got a base hit to tie the game over a drawn-in infield. A line drive to right.
Not only the interleague series to start the season, but it's also just a shortened 2-game set. Doesn't feel right.
0-1 the count. Outfield straight up. Third baseman right, way off the line for Zobrist, batting left-handed, and that's in there under the hands. Strike 2. Jorge Soler has now grabbed the bat and strolls into the on-deck circle. So it looks like Jason Hayward's afternoon has ended. 0-2 the count. Long pause in the pitch. High and outside. Zobrist was on that Royals team that won the World Series last year. And Cubs hope that he'll help them get back there. He was an unstoppable force in the postseason, and the Mets sure know about that. The 1-2. Swing, floated, right field, towards the gap. Granderson on the run. He dived. Oh, he had it, and it popped out of his glove. Zobrist has run right up on Negron. He's got to hustle to get back to first. Fedorovich, the catcher, got the third, turned the corner, and stopped. There was nowhere for Negron to go. But Zobrist was about 5 feet from him after the effort by Granderson. Saw him catch it for a second and then have the ball get jarred out when he hit the ground. A headlong dive in the alleyway, and the bases are loaded. Nice effort by Granderson, and somehow the Mets kept the Cubs from scoring, and that's going to be it for Zobrist, and a minor leaguer is going to come in and take his spot at first. 3-1 Cubs ahead, and they got the bases loaded.
And that ball literally fell into the glove of Granderson and then bounced right out off Granderson, scraping the outfield grass on the impact.
And this is the part of these exhibition games when things get dicey.
The fun part, right?
So a runner at first base as Jorge Soler pinch hits with the Sachs jam.
Looks like Logan Watkins.
It is Logan Watkins, former Cubs minor league player of the year, on the pinch run. So give up a guy with speed, you put another guy who's fast on the base. Soler waits, swings, and fouls that back. Now, sometimes you have a spring training where everything goes right, and you hate for it to end because it's a whole new season when you start over. And then sometimes you have a really bad spring training, or one that hasn't gone quite as well as you normally would expect it to, and you're glad that the regular season is about to start. I think that kind of plays into Jorge Soler at the plate. Just played under his ability this spring, but these games don't count. Now you get to the regular season and you start over again. The games that did count in the postseason last year, Soler was a force for the Cubs. Here's the pitch to him. Swing, and he fouls a fastball back at 92. And the count evens at 2 balls and 2 strikes. Soler walks out of the box. Bases loaded. Bat at .474, 9 for 19, 3 home runs, 5 RBIs, and a .600 on base percentage. That was the 2015 postseason. That's outside to him a ball. Joe Madden did a nice job, too, of putting Soler and Schwarber, both of them had huge postseasons, in spots where they could succeed as young players, rookie players. 3 balls, 2 strikes, bases juiced. Soler's first at bat. Cubs ahead by 2. Here comes the pitch home. Swing, fly ball. That one is hit in the air high and deep to right, but not going to get out of the park. Granderson back, and it's Cespedes that makes the catch. Runner's going to tag. Throw to third. It's going to be close. It's offline, and everyone's safe. All 3 runners tag. Fedorovich scores. It's 4-1 Cubs. The throw went to third. So the action was Chris Negron. Yoenis Cespedes, one of the strongest throwing arms in baseball, and had that been online, he might have got it.
I tell you what, I got amped up when I saw Cespedes cock back and let it fly over to third, but it was just offline. Plenty of air under it, and it beat Negron over to third base, but like you said, offline. Wright didn't have a play, but that throw, that arm. And straight away right field at that play. Cespedes had a range over.
So a run in now, 4 unanswered for the Cubs. They lead it 3-1 until that one scored. So now it's 4-1 here in the 6th by 3. Chris Bryant out of the game, and Albert Almora takes his spot in the lineup. So Almora out of minor league camp. Next year, I think will be in position, if things go his way, to make the opening day roster as he swings and slices one foul way down the line at right. Albert Almora, a former first rounder, one of the most mature young men that you'll ever be around. Helped his father battle cancer, prostate cancer, a couple of years ago. Last season played for Team USA. Here's the 0-2, and that one is fouled off. Joe Madden said that he wasn't so wide-eyed this year. He's at a point where he believes he belongs here, and he can do this. He's been a good spring performer. The difference is when you talk to him, he's not wide-eyed about it. He's more comfortable as he swings and misses that one, strike 2. He grew up a couple of houses down from Baltimore's all-star third baseman Manny Machado. They call each other cousin, even though maybe they're not blood related. From South Florida, swing and a miss, strike 3. Finally the inning ends, but not before the Cubs tack on a run. Fedorovich scores on the Soler pinch hit sacrifice fly. We head to the home half of the 6th inning in Vegas. Cubs 4, Mets 1.
Hey Cubs fans, let's go! Tickets are on sale now at Cubs.com. Following the postseason run and an impressive offseason, there is tremendous excitement leading up to the Wrigley Field opener this year. Plan now to catch all your favorite division rivals as well as interleague matchups that include the Angels, Mariners, and Rangers. The 2016 promotional giveaways include unique bobbleheads, replica throwback jerseys, Budweiser Bleacher Fridays, and much more. With demand so high this season, plan to get your tickets now at Cubs.com.
Experience the Budweiser bleachers in style with coworkers, friends, and family in one of the newest amenities, the left field porch. Enjoy the bleacher atmosphere in this private porch setting that offers tremendous views of the game and a unique look at the famous Chicago skyline. Available in blocks of 50 or 100, you'll enjoy lounge-style seating, unlimited beverages, and access 2 hours prior to first pitch. For more information, visit Cubs.com/suites.
Opening day is a force. Opening day is what we do. It's a return of what's right in the world. So let's start strong. Get out to a game and take in the day. The smell of peanuts, sizzling sausage in hand, freshly chalked lines, an old-fashioned flyover. Your favorite New Era ball cap displayed proudly on that crown. Because opening day is almost here. Show your team pride. Get your caps on for Major League Baseball's opening day on April 4th.
On Sunday, September 17th, the Cubs take on the Brewers at 1:20. The first 10,000 fans in attendance receive a Cubs stainless steel drink bottle presented by Ideal Industries, Inc. For more information or to purchase tickets, visit Cubs.com.
Wholesale changes for the Cubs, and when I say wholesale, I mean just about every player has changed positions. Cubs lead 4-1 here in the 6th inning. All right, you ready? You got your pen? I'm going to give you all the changes right now.
Let's go.
But first, David Wright at the plate for the Mets. 1 for 2 with a run scored. And the first pitch to the right-handed batter is taken, ball 1. Pedro Strop on the mound for the Cubs. We'll start there. The hard-throwing right-hander missed high at 96. 4-1 Cubs. They scored 3 times in the 5th to take the lead. Ben Zobrist tied the game with an RBI hit. And then the Cubs added 2 more. Matt Caesar in left. Albert Almora in center. And John Andreoli in right as the pitch misses inside. Infield, Chris DeGrun was at first. He's now at third. Mooney Kawasaki, Mr. Cub, he's over at shortstop. Logan Watkins is at second. Yasiel Balagert at first as the pitch is a strike, and that's it. And, of course, behind the plate, Tim Fedorovich, but that change was made a few innings ago. There's a called third strike on the outside corner. Off speed at 82. And Wright is out. 1 down in the Mets' 6th inning. I'm not sure that a winless streak in spring training really matters. But when you haven't won a game since St. Patrick's Day, and it's March 31st, I mean, you do want to eventually win one. And the Cubs started the season last year losing. And Joe Madden finally said, look, I don't think the records matter, but we still need to win a game. Here's Yoenis Cespedes. 1 for 2 in the ball game, 4-1 Cubs in the 6th. At some point, first pitch strike.
No, look, it doesn't matter. I mean, the wins and losses, they don't matter. But when, like you said, they're bunched up together, compounded with some of your key players just not performing well near the end.
That pitch is down and in, and it's a ball, and it's 1-1.
I don't know if that upsets you or raises a cause for concern, but you don't want any of that. You don't want any of those elements coming at you this close to the start of the regular season.
Stroke fires a strike in, and it's a ball and 2 strikes to Cespedes on what's turned out to be a gorgeous evening. Looking out across the city of Las Vegas, the sky is clouded. The bottom of the clouds pink, the top of the clouds are a pale blue. You can see the mountains as the pitch is hit in the air, high and playable to right. John Andreoli coming in underneath of it, and the right fielder puts a squeeze on the 2nd down. So 2 down in the 6th inning. Lucas Duda coming up, and Dave Martinez out of the Cubs dugout, and I think that's it for Pedro Strop. It's not Joe Madden. He's on a folding chair in front of the Cubs dugout near the camera well. But a pitching change being made, and we'll step aside. Tell you who the new pitcher is when we come back. Pedro Strop faces 2 batters, and he gets them both. Cubs leading here in the 6th inning over the Mets, 4-1.
You're listening to Cubs Baseball with Mick Gillespie and Len Casper.
It's not just a team, it's the Chicago Cubs. And it's not just baseball, it's city pride. And it's not just any season, it's this season, 2016, when all the rebuilding and drafting and trading and new additions come together as one, chasing postseason glory. This season, when the fans and the city and the team are on the edge of their seats because every moment at Wrigley Field matters. Don't miss a single one. Get tickets at Cubs.com. Your 2016 Chicago Cubs. Let's go.
Mike Piazza talks about the Baseball Hall of Fame.
It just connects you with the history of the game and the tradition of this game and how important this game is to the fabric of society. It's something I used to bond with my father, and I will always, and I love to sort of teach my kids the history of baseball.
Preserving history, honoring excellence, connecting generations. Connect with Cooperstown at baseballhall.org.
Back in Vegas, it's the Cubs 4, the Mets 1. With 2 outs here in the last of the 6th, Hector Rondon on the mound.
Rondon takes over for Strop, who was scheduled to face 2 batters, got them both out.
This is his 9th spring appearance.
There's a strike. Time to get ready for opening day, 94 miles per hour. Let's get them stretched out. Here comes the 1-1. And Duda fouls that back. He had an RBI single in the 4th and flew out to right field in the 1st. Cubs and Mets both with 6 hits. The Mets with 1 costly error because 2 of the 3 runs that the Cubs scored in the 5th inning off in New York, unearned. Strop ready. A pitch away from ending the frame. The 1-2. Breaking ball down and in. What just a picturesque night. You talk about the clouds and the mountains. Well, then in between, you got all these lights. Here comes the 2-2. Swing, fouled away.
Now the biggest and the brightest ones are behind us, facing the front of the ballpark. We're overlooking North Las Vegas.
Now there's one that says Jerry's Nuggets that's flashing about 5 different colors out over the left field wall and off into the distance. There's a line drive, base hit, just fair, past Bellicourt's glove and in the right field into the corner. Played by Andrioli, and Duda ends up at second base. The first baseman was in position, but he's a big guy, and he tried to run over and scoop it up, and he's looked very comfortable at the plate, but in the field, listed as an outfielder and playing some first base. So it could be a new position for him. That one was there. He just couldn't quite get to it as Neil Walker steps up. And the first pitch to Walker. A 4-1 Cubs game. 2 outs in the 6th as low ball 1. Now, taking up for Ballagher. That ball was hit really hard. Listed at 6'2", 215. He's 23 years old, Ballagher. Here's the 1-0. And a strike called to Walker.
Former Brewers closer Jim Henderson warming up in the Met bullpen.
Yeah, another Cubs former minor leaguer.
Yeah.
Big Jim. 1 ball and 1 strike. And the pitch home. High for a ball. Steven Paraxis in the Cubs bullpen. 4-1 game in the 6th. Here's the 2-1. Inside and low. Now, if you build a new ballpark in Las Vegas, you got to build in a lot of lights. Neon.
A lot of flash, right?
Oh, yeah. Well, they say what? Nashville's kind of a neon city. There's as much neon here as I've ever seen anywhere. Fly ball to center field. And Almora has it sized up. Took a couple of steps to his right and then came in with the wind pushing the ball down and makes the catch. Walker's retired, and so are the Mets. They've stranded 3 on in the game. We head to the 7th inning. It's the Cubs 4 and the Mets 1.
You're listening to Cubs Baseball with Mick Gillespie and Len Casper.
Clark's Crew is the official kids club of the Chicago Cubs. Team up with Clark as a member of Clark's Crew and receive kid-specific perks, experiences, and merchandise. Visit Cubs.com/Clark to sign up today and be a part of the fun all season long.
On Wednesday, July 7th, the Cubs celebrate 100 years of Cubs baseball at Wrigley Field. The first 30,000 fans in attendance for the 120 matchup with the Reds will receive a 1916 Chicago Cubs replica throwback jersey presented by Ideal Industries, Inc. For more information, visit Cubs.com.
The Chicago Cubs will host the 11th annual Race to Wrigley charity run presented by ATI Physical Therapy on Saturday, April 23rd at Wrigley Field. The 5K course runs through the streets of the Lakeview neighborhood and concludes at Wrigley Field. Cubs Charities will donate proceeds to support critical care needs for pediatric patients in Chicago through Advocate Children's Hospital. Sign up at CubsCharities.com.
On Saturday, April 30th, the Cubs battled the Atlanta Braves at 120. The first 10,000 fans in attendance receive a Ron Santo replica statue presented by TransUnion. For more information, including ticket availability, visit Cubs.com.
Former Brewers closer Jim Henderson now in a Mets uniform. Long and lanky out on the mound with the Cubs ahead 4-1 here in the 6th inning. He takes over as the Cubs come back to the plate. They're the visiting team, although this crowd heavily tilted with Cubs fans today. Great to hear from you on Twitter, at Justin Shackle and at Broadcaster Mick. Joe's listening in West Lafayette, Indiana. Said he's up late, hoping that W stands for Cubs win, obviously. Darren says nothing makes parent-teacher conferences better than listening to the Cubs. Thanks, Darren. And Justin Baker is tuned in from Georgia. 7th inning of action, Matt Caesar up, and to tell you about it, here's Justin.
And he faces Jim Henderson. First pitch whacked through the legs of Henderson up the middle into center field. Caesar aboard over at first, a leadoff single. So one pitch, one man aboard for the Cubs here in the top of the 7th. Caesar making the opening day roster. Big weekend for Matt. His Villanova Wildcats in the Final Four. Be facing Oklahoma. That game coming up Saturday over in Houston.
Yeah, they were always known as a basketball school before Caesar got there and led them to a football national championship.
Here's John Andrioli with Caesar aboard. And Caesar goes. The pitch in there for a strike. Swung on and missed. The throw to second is not in time. Stolen base for Caesar. Diving head first. The tag from Neil Walker not in time. So a quick single and a quick steal up to second base for Matt Caesar. Runner in scoring position for the Cubs, trying to add to their 4-1 lead here in the 7th. Andrioli with his first at-bat in this game against Henderson, the former Brewers closer. The pitch, breaking ball, and it's hit behind home plate, right to the net.
There's no windows here at all. I mean, they don't exist. I mean, this is the ultimate open-air press box. The plan was, though, you were going to catch the ball, and I was going to move the equipment, including computers.
And we kind of both just swerved the opposite way. And they're going to have Caesar picked off. Throw to second. He's caught between second and third. White throwing to the shortstop, Cabrera, and he'll get the tag. They still call him a live runner. Caesar back to second. There they finally tag him. And there's the out. So Matt Caesar picked off over at first base. Finally tagged by Neil Walker. I believe it 6.5, 6.4 on the pickoff.
Caesar made that very difficult on them. You can tell his legs feel good because, I mean, he's just running so effortlessly right now.
Fastball called, strike 3 on the outside corner. So Andrioli, after Caesar was picked off, strikes out looking. And Jim Henderson gave up a leadoff hit on the first pitch he threw. Now has the first two batters off the base paths. And here's Rudy Kawasaki. Entered the game last inning as the shortstop. Batting from the left side, first pitch from Henderson. Misses upstairs, and it's 1-0.
Here's a tweet for you. Some contract sizes you mentioned, you talked about contracts earlier in this game. Unimaginable. Which players are the most exuberant spenders? Any examples? You mentioned Cespedes and all those cards.
I would have to think it would be him. In today's age, no one else stands out, at least in Major League Baseball. Cespedes came in with a couple of Polaris Spiders, which are three-wheeled vehicles.
Right.
2-0 to Kawasaki in there for a strike.
You know it's spring training here because you'll go to a restaurant and you'll see Bentleys and Rolls Royces and fully loaded Hummers and all kind of things in the parking lot.
Next pitch coming. Swing and a miss. Count evens up 2-2. Cubs ahead by 3 in the top half of the 7th inning.
The question is, if you had that kind of money, would you be that exuberant? Would you spend all of it like that?
Up and away, full count to Kawasaki. I'm not a car guy. I'm a point A to point B guy.
Okay.
Cespedes had a tricked-out Jeep with baseball interior.
Nice.
Literally white seats with red seams going through it.
I love it.
Payoff pitch with 2 outs. Swung on, lifted in the air, right field. Going back is Granderson, still going back, makes the catch over his head as he ranges onto the warning track. So a deep fly out for Mooney Kawasaki. And after giving up a leadoff single here to start the 7th, Jim Henderson retires the side in order. Get up and stretch. We've played 6.5 here in Las Vegas. The Cubs on top of the Mets, 4-1.
Hey Cubs fans, let's go! Tickets are on sale now at Cubs.com. Following the postseason run and an impressive offseason, there is tremendous excitement leading up to the Wrigley Field opener this year. Plan now to catch all your favorite division rivals as well as interleague matchups that include the Angels, Mariners, and Rangers. The 2016 promotional giveaways include unique bobbleheads, replica throwback jerseys, Budweiser Bleacher Fridays, and much more. With demand so high this season, plan to get your tickets now at Cubs.com.
Experience the Budweiser bleachers in style with coworkers, friends, and family in one of the newest amenities, the left field porch. Enjoy the bleacher atmosphere in this private porch setting that offers tremendous views of the game and a unique look at the famous Chicago skyline. Available in blocks of 50 or 100, you'll enjoy lounge-style seating, unlimited beverages, and access 2 hours prior to first pitch. For more information, visit Cubs.com/suites.
Opening day is a force. Opening day is what we do. It's a return of what's right in the world. So let's start strong. Get out to a game and take in the day. The smell of peanuts, sizzling sausage in hand, freshly chalked lines, an old-fashioned flyover. Your favorite New Era ball cap displayed proudly on that crown. Because opening day is almost here. Show your team pride. Get your caps on for Major League Baseball's opening day on April 4th.
On Sunday, September 17th, the Cubs take on the Brewers at 1:20. The first 10,000 fans in attendance receive a Cubs stainless steel drink bottle presented by Ideal Industries, Inc. For more information or to purchase tickets, visit Cubs.com.
Last of the 7th inning, Cubs go to the bullpen. Minor leaguer Steven Paraxlis in. And Hector Rondon, the closer, out. He pitched a third of an inning, gave up a hit, no runs, 1 double. Cubs lead 4-1, bottom of the 7th inning. And the Mets back to the plate.
And Michael Conforto, their left fielder, leading things off. Number 6 hitter, so Terry Collins pretty much keeping all his regulars in for the full 6.5 thus far. We'll see if that'll be the case following the 7th inning, as Drupal Cabrera does wait on deck. 4-1 Cubs here in the last of the 7th. Conforto is 0 for 2. And he faces the right-hander Paraxlis with the shift on. First pitch to him. In there for a strike. And it is 0-1. Conforto, a guy who was a top draft pick just a couple of years ago and did not play in AAA. Bypassed this level completely on his way to the big leagues. 0-1 pitch. Misses a little bit low. It's a ball and a strike.
At Justin Shackle, at broadcaster Mick. Mark Edwards. Another question, Justin. Is spring training a good indication of how the season will go?
I would say, as the 1-1 comes in there for a strike, 9.5 times out of 10, no. But there have been cases at the tail end of spring training that can sort of serve as a precursor for how a team jumps out of the gate. And a real slow start could cripple an entire season. 1-2, swing and a miss, got him on a slider, going down and in. And Conforto is 0 for 3 here today. So 1 out, nobody on, and the batter will be Asdrubal Cabrera with the Cubs up 4-1 here in the top of the 7th.
Yeah, I think if your starters, if your regulars play well, you got to almost ignore the pitching, especially when you're over in Phoenix, or maybe even here too. The ball just travels different. You get a lot more lift.
Paraxlis from the stretch. First pitch. Big chopper on one big hop. Over to first. Balaguer backhanded it and couldn't make the play. Over to first will be Cabrera. It will be a base hit. They scored a base hit over at first base. And that was a sizable hop. One big chopper that banged right in front of the dirt in front of the home plate area. And Balaguer, like you mentioned, not usually at first base, tried to backhand that near the ground and just trickled off the edge of his glove.
Yeah, that's the second time, and I'm guessing as many games where he's had a backhand play and just unable to stick it. That's a play that you really have to make at this level.
Runner at first with one out. And the first pitch to Kevin Plawecki, the catcher. This is inside. It's 1-0.
But see, there you go. If you lose the game and your minor leaguers aren't making plays, it might go down on you. But at the same time, it's like
it's a bad reflection.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, it doesn't indicate how the regular team's going to play. It's almost like two games, and you're taking two at bats away from if you make that change from your best hitters all the way through the lineup.
1-1 the count to Plawecki. Swung on, hit hard on the ground over to shortstop. Kawasaki under it, flips to second for one, over to first. It's a double play. And that'll do it. A quick 1-2-3 inning after the double play. 6-4-3. We move on. 8th inning, here we come. Cubs on top of the Mets. 4-1.
Hey, Cub fans, show that you bleed Cubby Blue by becoming a member of the Cubs Club, the official fan club of the Chicago Cubs. The members will enjoy game day audio and exclusive perks. Now is the perfect time to join, rejoin, or give a fellow Cubs fan the gift of a Cubs Club membership. To join today, visit Cubs.com.
On Monday, April 11th, the Cubs take on the Reds in their home opener at 7:05. The first 30,000 fans in attendance receive the official Cubs magnet schedule presented by Giordano's. For more information, visit Cubs.com.
You're listening to Cubs Baseball with Mick Gillespie and Len Casper.
On Sunday, May 8th, the Cubs host the Washington Nationals at 1:20. The Cubs are going pink to promote breast cancer prevention awareness. All fans in the Budweiser bleachers will receive a Cubs charity pink out t-shirt presented by Advocate Healthcare. For more information and ticket availability, visit Cubs.com.
Well, the Mets coming out with another new pitcher as the Cubs are on top 4-1. New pitcher will be right-hander Hansel Robles. Robles, 24 years of age. Here in spring training, he's made 10 appearances and has given up 5 runs in 9 2/3. Struck out 15 and has walked 6. Here will face the bottom third of the Chicago lineup. As the Mets, like we mentioned, trying to break a 13-game winless streak. Now they are trailing here. Cubs are on top 4-1 as they look for their 11th win of spring training. And the new batter to lead it off looks like it will be Yasiel Balaguer. So Balaguer will come on and face Hansel Robles. Back in with the play-by-play the rest of the way. Here's Mick.
All right, Justin, one of your favorite names, Hansel Robles.
Hansel.
The right-hander on the mound. It's 4-1. This is the business end of this game. Cubs scored 3 times in the 5th inning, 2 unearned runs. And they have the lead as they try to win for what would be a 3rd straight exhibition game. They beat Colorado 10-0 yesterday. Their final Cactus League game, and now here in Vegas. Play again tomorrow, 3:05 Central Time against the Mets. First pitch on the way, Robles. And it's in there for a called strike. Spring training's been a lot of fun. Joe Madden takes the opportunity during stretch to come up with fun things for the players as the pitch is high for a ball. He likes to surprise the guys, make them laugh. Last week we showed up, and there were 2 baby cubs from Arizona. As the pitch is just off the plate, 2 balls and a strike. Yeah, that's Arizona, a wildlife refuge in Tucson or somewhere near it. As the pitch is lifted high and deep, straightaway left field. Conforto back. He's at the 20-foot wall. So long. Yasiel Ballagher. A solo home run in the 8th inning, and the Cubs lead the Mets 5-1. Straightaway left field.
And a towering shot.
Now he's hit well in spring. And he shows off his power. He's a big, strong guy. Well, the Cubs add to the lead.
A lot of air under that fly ball. I had no problem clearing the fence. Again, 20 feet.
Here's the first pitch to Tim Fedorovich. He's already doubled and walked and scored twice in the game. Robles misses at 94, ball 1. 5-1 Cubs in the 8th. We also had, not only were the baby Cubs there as the pitches swung on and fouled down, Tim Buss, the Cubs strength coach, one day dressed up like a mime, and while the players were stretching, he was doing mime things, you know. And then he was Batman one day. Here's the 1-1 swing, batted back and foul. I thought one of the best things that the Cubs did this year was Anthony Rizzo read a book written by Tim Grover. Grover was Michael Jordan's personal trainer. And if you remember, and I'm sure a lot of you listening are Bulls fans, the 1-2's hit in the air, deep left field. This is a line drive. After it, Conforto, and right in front of the wall near the 320 marker in the foul pole, he runs it down and makes the catch. He had maybe a 1.5 or 2 to spare. A line drive out by the Cubs catcher, Fedorovich, and that's the first here in the 8th. 5-1 Cubs. He gave it a ride. Here's Chris Negron. Sack bunt and a single today for Negron. You remember the Bulls before they won the 6 championships with Jordan. They had a lot of trouble as the pitch is outside for a ball in the postseason against the Detroit Pistons.
The bad boys.
The bad boys, and they just roughed Michael Jordan up. Well, Grover was a young guy at the time, and he saw it, and he had a plan to make Jordan stronger as the pitch is in there for a strike. And, you know, long story short, they said they would give him 30 days to work with Jordan, and they've been working together for 30 years. Really 15 as a player, and he works everywhere now as the pitch is fouled back. He's the CEO and owner of Attack Athletics. And he wrote a book in 2013 called Relentless, From Good to Great to Unstoppable. Well, Anthony Rizzo read the book, and Grover came and actually spoke to the guys during spring training. Now the 1-2. Swing lifted high into the air right. Granderson coming in. The Mets right fielder is under it and makes the catch through the stadium lights here in Vegas. 2 outs. So Logan Watkins will bat for the first time. Leadoff spot for the Cubs. They lead 5-1 in the 8th inning. Grover says much of his success was the result of his mental approach. And that's one of the things he really talks about in taking Jordan from a very good player to a champion. As Watkins skies one, playable to left. Conforto, a couple of steps in, now to his left and in the gap. He makes the catch. And the side's retired. Anyway, he was at camp this week with the Bears and the Mimes and Batman and everything else. It's been a fun spring training for the Cubs. We head to the home half of the 8th inning. Cubs 5, Mets 1.
Clark, the official mascot of the Chicago Cubs, can be a part of your next event. From community outings to wedding receptions and birthday parties, Clark wants to be invited. Visit Cubs.com/kids for more information on bringing Clark to your next party.
Experience the Budweiser bleachers in style with coworkers, friends, and family in one of the newest amenities, the left field porch. Enjoy the bleacher atmosphere in this private porch setting that offers tremendous views of the game and a unique look at the famous Chicago skyline. Available in blocks of 50 or 100, you'll enjoy lounge-style seating, unlimited beverages, and access 2 hours prior to first pitch. For more information, visit Cubs.com/suites.
Join in on the conversation by tweeting your Cubs questions to @BroadcasterMick and @LenCasper.
Opening day is a force. Opening day is what we do. It's a return of what's right in the world. So let's start strong. Get out to a game and take in the day. The smell of peanuts, sizzling sausage in hand, freshly chalked lines, an old-fashioned flyover. Your favorite New Era ball cap displayed proudly on that crown. Because opening day is almost here. Show your team pride. Get your caps on for Major League Baseball's opening day on April 4th.
You got a new pitcher on the mound for the Cubs as we move on to the last of inning number 8. Chicago on top 5-1. Justin Grimm on the mound there, and a pinch hitter here for the Mets, Alejandro Diazo.
And they've nicknamed him the Grim Reaper. 5-1 Cubs in the 8th. Got one of the best personalities on the team. Righty against lefty. And the pitch on the way is a fastball strike. Alejandro Diazo, former White Sox. He's bounced around. Baltimore, the Red Sox. Here's the pitch to the left-handed batter, and it's in there for a strike, 0-2 from Grimm. Cubs scored 3 in the 5th, 1 in the 6th, and 1 in the 8th. Grimm 0-1 this spring with a 9.45 ERA. He delivers, and it's swung on and missed, strike 3. Cubs pitching really has been locked in today. Give you an idea. Ryan Williams started, Cubs minor league pitcher of the year, as Curtis Granderson will have a crack at things. Back to the top of the Mets batting 9. Most of the Mets have played the entire game. Here comes the pitch home. And that's in there for a strike. Granderson 0 for 3 with a strikeout. Williams with 3 innings gave up 2 hits and no runs with no walks and a strikeout. Trevor Cahill 2 innings, 3 hits, a run. Earned, no walks and a strikeout. Pitch on the way. High for a ball. Pedro Strop 2/3 of an inning. Got both outs. The men he faced with a strikeout. Hector Rondon gave up a hit, 1/3 of an inning. No runs. Steven Paraxlis out of the minor league camp as the pitch is outside a ball. An inning, a hit, no runs, and a strikeout, and now Justin Grimm. Key piece for the Cubs with the big shift on against Granderson out of their bullpen. Pitching with a 5-1 lead in the 8th. And here it comes. Swing, foul ball, and a curve, but it's 2-2. Grimm, a 5th-round pick by Texas in 2010 out of the University of Georgia. Out of Bristol, Virginia. There's a fastball right down the middle. Got him looking strike 3. 96. Grimm just reared back and blew it by Granderson, and there are 2 out. He let her rip. So now David Wright. Singled in 3 at-bats today. Also scored a run. Struck out and grounded out. Grimm gets the sign from Fedorovich. And the pitch on the way. Swing and a miss. Off speed. Out in front. Strike 1. 328 to the foul poles. That 20-foot wall that goes around the entire outfield of plywood. It has, like old school minor league parks, it's got as many advertisements on it as you can paint as the pitch is swung on and missed. Strike 2.
As many as you can nail up.
You got all kind of colors on that wall. It's 433 to straightaway center. Maybe that makes things a little bit more fair because the ball really carries as the pitch is delivered from Grimm, and it's high again, 96. He's letting her rip tonight. Well, the attendance of the sellout crowd today announced at 11,025. 11,025. Super majority of the Cubs spring training games, whether at home or on the road, sellouts. As the pitch is outside for a ball, it's 2-2. That means more than 51%. I'm talking about, maybe 5 games that weren't sellouts or around that, and they played 30 games. I guess I should go through and count them, but I'm telling you, just about every game was a sellout. There's a called 3rd strike. Justin Grimm strikes out the side. He blows away New York in the 8th. We head to the 9th inning. The Cubs looking for some insurance. They lead the Metropolitans here in Vegas 5-1.
You know, a lot of people think I have the best seat in the house. No way. The best seat in the house is right here. Cheering on the Cubs with the greatest fans in the world and the greatest beer in the world, Budweiser. Yeah, nothing quenches a Cub fan's thirst for victory quite like the king of beer. Oh, here comes another one. Cub fans, this Bud's for you.
The Chicago Cubs will host the 11th annual Race to Wrigley charity run presented by ATI Physical Therapy on Saturday, April 23rd at Wrigley Field. The 5K course runs through the streets of the Lakeview neighborhood and concludes at Wrigley Field. Cubs charities will donate proceeds to support critical care needs for pediatric patients in Chicago through Advocate Children's Hospital. Sign up at CubsCharities.com.
Join in on the conversation by tweeting your Cubs questions to @BroadcasterMick and @LenCasper.
New pitcher on for the New York Mets. The Cubs on top 5-1 as we move to inning number 9. And Addison Reed, the former closer of the Chicago White Sox, the Arizona Diamondbacks, on to pitch here in the 9th to the Cubs. And Terry Collins pretty much keeping all of his starting players on the field except for the Mets captain, David Wright. He looks like his night is done. Wilmer Flores over at third base. So Flores at third, and Reed on the mound. Here to start the 9th inning with the Cubs on top 5-1.
And one other change. Alejandro Diaza takes over in right field for Curtis Granderson. But not the wholesale changes that the Cubs pulled on us. Was it the 7th inning when they sent out 7 new players?
They pulled out an even swap.
7
almost.
for 7, right. Cubs ahead 5-1. And looking to add to it here in the 9th inning. Reed home. And the first pitch he delivers is a called strike. Righty against lefty as the pitch is taken high for a ball. Well, I'm trying to look without making it obvious, but you got a number 89 on your roster?
Well, it's 89 in the batter's box, but no number 89 on the roster.
That pitch is fouled back. It's Ryan Kalish. And I've got to give the assist to our friends at WGN Television. No 89 on the roster as Kalish swings and misses.
He's close. He was listed as number 82 on the roster.
Oh, yeah. Well, 89, 82. One up, one down. And Albert Almora. Almora struck out in the 6th inning. Cubs lead 5-1. Almora swings and hits a line drive towards the right fielder. Diaz just entered into the ball game. First pinch hit, now he's in right, and he makes the catch. So getting some action, 2 up, 2 down in the 9th. Hey, don't forget, we'll have tomorrow's call for you starting 15 minutes before first pitch. That's scheduled for 3:05 Central Time. Cubs and Mets from here in Las Vegas. Jason Hamill, his final tune-up before the start of the regular season. He'll be opposed by Steven Matz. Cubs' 4th pitcher against the Mets' 5th. Matz a lefty. Matt Caesar up. Cubs up as well, 5-1 in the 9th. And Caesar takes ball 1. 1 ball and no strikes. Reed home. Swing and a miss through a breaking ball. And it's 1-1. Caesar missed some time coming back from an injury. And then since he's been back, I mean, he has looked like he's had an extra step as the pitch is fouled down and looked like it caught part of the catcher. Plawecki still in there. He's caught the entire game. Might have got him on the knuckles. He's all right, but the umpire will walk out, talk to the pitcher, give Plawecki some time behind the plate to shake it off.
You have to imagine that Plawecki will be given off all of tomorrow and that Travis d'Arnaud will be catching Steven Matz to at least start the game.
1 o'clock local time tomorrow. And then that's it. The Mets and their exhibition season is over. Cubs have 1 more. Swing. Slowly bounce towards the mound. Scooping it up on the right side of the infield is Reed, and then he shovels it forward. Caesar hustling is out, and that's it. 1, 2, 3 go the Cubs. Well, the Cubs have the lead. We head to the bottom of the 9th. They try to beat the Mets. Cubs 5, New York 1.
It's not just a team, it's the Chicago Cubs. And it's not just baseball, it's city pride. And it's not just any season, it's this season, 2016, when all the rebuilding and drafting and trading and new additions come together as one, chasing postseason glory. This season, when the fans and the city and the team are on the edge of their seats because every moment at Wrigley Field matters. Don't miss a single one. Get tickets at Cubs.com. Your 2016 Chicago Cubs. Let's go.
On Monday, May 30th, the Cubs battled the LA Dodgers at 1:20. The first 10,000 fans to enter the ballpark receive a Ryne Sandberg retired number flag presented by Pepsi. For more information and ticket availability, visit Cubs.com.
On Sunday, July 31st at 1:20, the Cubs will conclude their Interleague Series matchup with the Mariners. The first 5,000 kids 13 and younger receive a Cubs youth batting practice pullover. For more information, visit Cubs.com.
Clark's Troops, the official kids club of the Chicago Cubs. Team up with Clark as a member of Clark's crew and receive kid-specific perks, experiences, and merchandise. Visit Cubs.com/Clark to sign up today and be a part of the fun all season long.
Last of the 9th in Vegas, Cubs 5, the Mets 1, 3 outs away from getting their 11th win here this spring training. And new pitcher on the mound for the Cubs, Carl Edwards Jr. And he will be facing Yoenis Cespedes, still in this lineup for the Mets. one of the starters in tonight's game. So Cubs 3 outs away from getting the win. And here is Carl Edwards Jr. on the mound.
Edwards is a very bright example of finding a diamond in the rough. He was drafted by the Texas Rangers in the 48th round. 48th round. That was in 2011. The draft went 50 rounds. They did pay him $50,000, which is a lot more than a normal late-round pick, but they had some money left over from some of the selections that didn't sign, as Yoenis Cespedes. 1 for 3 in the game up. Cubs lead 5-1, and the first pitch from Edwards is fouled back, strike one.
It's his 7th appearance of the spring. 4.5 PRA over 6 innings of work.
Here comes the kick and the pitch, the 0-1, outside of ball. Edwards now delivers the 1-1. Swing and a miss. Cespedes went after that curveball, missed it, strike two.
You talk about how tomorrow is it for the Mets this spring. They are happy about that. I mean, 4 runs, they need at least 5 runs here to come away and try and end a winless streak of 13 games right now.
And you say winless because there are some ties in there. Here's the 1-2 from Edwards. Swing, ground ball towards the second baseman Watkins. Down to Anita backhand. Pops up, fires to first. And there's out number 1 for the Cubs in the ninth. So 1 up, 1 down. Lucas Duda doubled in the 6th. He singled to drive in the Mets' lone run in the 4th and then flew out to right in the 1st. Cubs lead 5-1. Cubs try to make it 3 straight. Carl Edwards Jr., known as CJ up until a couple of years ago. His father, his inspiration to play the game of baseball, said his dad would sit in the stands as the pitch to the lefty misses ball 1. In high school or the Bush League games that he used to play. And I mean Bush League in his hometown of Prosperity, South Carolina. He played for the Pirates. Here comes the 1-0. And that one's fouled away. His uncle was on the team. A bunch of grown men and a 15-year-old C.J. Edwards. And his dad would yell, "Hit the target, son. Hit the target," from behind the plate. That was his encouragement. Here comes the 1-1. And that's low for a ball. They played with Uncle Chuck. Chuck Edwards. And when CJ would pitch in these Bush League games, and I'm talking about just local teams in South Carolina, Chuck was his catcher from time to time. And he would do all the talking for CJ when he was pitching. Ball swung on and fouled back. He really knew how to throw the ball, even as a young man. He even struck out one of the Bush League's most prominent hitters, Downtown Brown, as the pitch is down and in. And a check swing by Duda. I mean, you're talking about 15, 16-year-old youngster playing with grown men that have played together in this league forever. And when you took on Mapleton from Prosperity and Downtown Brown was up and you struck him out, there's a line drive towards the gap, left center field. It's going to fall in for a hit. Caesar gets to it immediately and then throws a seed to the second base bag, and Duda will settle for a single. So the Mets with a 1-out base runner. Neil Walker up, 5-1. Cubs lead the Mets with 1 out in the ninth.
You get kicked out of Downtown when you strike out against a teenager.
Yeah, CJ played for Newberry, but it's right there in Prosperity. Yeah, Downtown Brown was the equivalent of Babe Ruth. Here's the pitch. Swing. Ground ball caught by Bellicourt. Goes to second for 1. The relay by Kawasaki, not in time. Oh, my goodness. Almost a double play. Valakert, he wasn't able to catch that ball earlier in the game. At that time, he snagged it and then made the nice throw to Kawasaki, who's a defensive monster over at shortstop. And he's amazing over there with the glove, and he whipped it back over to first. Not in time for two, though.
It was fun to see how quickly activity picked up on that relay throw. The speed of the play really picked up at second base with Kawasaki handling the ball.
Michael Conforto up, and the first pitch is bounced towards the third baseman and snagged there. McGrone throws to first, and he got his man, and the ball game is over. Cubs win. Final score 5-1. They beat the Mets. And the first matchup between the two teams that played for the National League crown a year ago. 5 runs, 9 hits, and no errors for the Cubs. A run on 8 hits and 1 miscue for the Mets. We'll do it one more time tomorrow. And it'll be left-hander Steven Matz for the New Yorkers, 0-2 with a 6.27 ERA. He'll be opposed by righty Jason Hamill, 2-1 with a 5.12 earned run average. That ball game is scheduled for 3:05 Central Time. We'll be on the air 15 minutes prior for the first edition of our, or really the last edition of our Cubs.com broadcast. So a lot of fun here in Vegas, and we'll talk to you again tomorrow. So for Justin Shackle, Joey Liberatore, Len Casper, I'm Mick Gillespie. We'll talk to you tomorrow. Until then, so long, everybody.